Hello everybody and welcome back to another Toonkind D&D game. My name is Avi, your friend, your DM for today, and your therapist, I guess. That's in theme. Today we are playing Puppet Loosely Strung. The climax of the Edo trip. At last! It's been so long. I am so fucking sorry it took us this long to get here.
Nah, man, don't worry.
No, this has been a delightful, epic, the Edo trip has.
And I got, informed
I'm sorry.
I typoed and the title card says 12 FPS. I got so used to putting 12 FPS, leave me alone. I'm not changing it.
It's fucking game time, boy.
Let's go, 12-hour FPS.
No. Oh. Anyway.
Hopefully not.
Oh, God.
Listen, I don't think any of us intend to break my records anytime soon. Unfortunately, Abby also shares those records.
I would die.
Yeah, no, don't worry, I would die myself.
They've already started speaking, but would my lovely players please introduce yourselves and the characters you'll be playing?
Hello, I am Fletcher, also known as Fletch. Today I'm going to be playing everyone's little favorite baby detective, Camille, who might not be completely baby for this, but it's fine. He'll be
as a treat.
As a treat.
Hey there, I am Morsky, also known as Morskiej, and I'll be playing our lovely lady detective Moria. I really don't know what to say other than she is holding her boys.
Love that. Love that for her.
Hi, I'm Oatmeal, and I will be playing the Professor, real kind alien time traveler, very concerned for his dear friend Azumi.
Dear friend, and definitely not grandson, question mark?
The fun thing for this is, like, we have Azumi's brother, and then we have his grandpa, question mark, and his mom, question mark. It's cool.
It's fine, it's cool, it's chill.
I guess technically we're going to start, unraveling, that bit of trauma, too, in this game. But
yeah.
we gotta get there first. Oh my god. Okay. You can tell I'm excited for this. I got into the voice channel for the game, and immediately I was hit with the nerves of, oh god, it's finally happening.
It's like the final countdown.
Yeah. So for a bit of like a background setup, because I don't want to take like forever in this beginning portion, you guys, after the events of Against All Odds, which was a solo FPS, in which Azumi and Minori, spoke to each other, Azumi finally got that, fire under his feet to, like, actually go talk to Arata about getting fucking help.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
But the issue with Azumi specifically is that he is trust issues George. There is no way in hell that you're going to get him to talk to a stranger, much less a therapist. No matter how licensed they are. So the next best thing is a sort of roundabout solution that Arata had gotten access to thanks to talking to a close friend of his, Dr. Masaru, who is a counselor.
Okay.
Apparently it was something that it's like this little tiny handheld device. I have not like decided on a final design for it. But it's small and whatnot. And you guys have been asked directly by Azumi to help with this, and have been told up front that this is kind of like a dream sharing mindscape sort of situation.
That's festive.
Which I know Professor has been through.
Yeah, his own, and then also a shared one with Sammy and Laura and some other folks.
Yeah.
Oh, fun.
He is just like nods knowingly. Like, yeah, okay. Not a new concept.
Yeah. I think like the biggest thing about it is that it was primarily made for like dream, not necessarily dreamscape, but like, you know how Clash Star can't dream, so like dream therapy is technically not an option for them. This is like a roundabout way, less dreamscape, more mindscape. So
Yeah, good to get similar effects and benefits.
yeah. You have been told up front that if for some reason you get injured, those injuries won't transfer into reality. And if you cough drop to 0 HP, you will just wake up. Still an unpleasant feeling, undoubtedly.
Sure.
But it's also come down to like deciding where you guys are going to do this, and we've talked about this in the player chat for like a few times, and I still think it's hilarious that this is what we decided on. It came down to two options: either the Attic of Legree or in the Ellipsis.
So why not both?
Fucking both.
I mean, in their defense, people have kind of been going in and out of the ellipsis, so
Yeah.
now there's at least like 2 layers that they have to go through before they can come in.
God. Yeah.
And wasn't there the comment of like Arata talking to Azumi, like, better
Azumi?
make sure this is safe?
Yeah, and Azumi is just, you know what? Arata's been so kind to host this. Why don't we just park the ellipsis in Arata's room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
So now it's a turducken of safe spaces.
yep.
Yeah.
I don't know how Azumi convinced everybody else of this, but Arata's just standing here doing the like prayer hands emoji.
I mean, legitimately, Moria's reaction would be just, well, oh, like, yeah, sure, if you want to do that, then Arata's fine with it, sure.
Cain instinct.
Cain.
It would not be hard to convince Professor, because he considers the ellipsis to be the safest place.
This also means that at some point outside of like the scope of the game, Satoru is going to come up the stairs, see the ellipsis, and just sigh and go back downstairs. It's not his problem.
It's fine.
God.
Don't even worry about it. Yeah. Thank you, audience.
Thank you. That was great. Thank you very much. But yeah, so Arata is going to be well, he won't be able to join y'all in this mindscape as excursion, and he has like put up front that like, hey, this is he can't like keep the thing forever. He's going to have to return it at some point, so he's going to be like outside of everything, just making sure that everybody's okay and that like nothing goes awry. Awry.
Yeah.
Awry.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had a moment there. I know someone named that, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
no,
what?
one of my managers is named Ari.
Oh,
But like, but yeah, you guys will be unconscious in reality, and Arata is just gonna be there around to make sure that like nothing goes wrong in the waking world. So you guys are essentially
They just get to have group nap time. It's cool.
it's cool.
Yeah.
It's
Get them all cozy.
Get them all cozy. Probably
you know that, oh, why are you laying down, like, oh, why are we laying down? Oh, like, you fell unconscious, so I laid down so people would think we're chilling. They're all chilling.
They're all just chilling.
so I do a quick stretch. But yeah, that's pretty much all the like setup stuff that I wanted to get on recording at the very least. Anything else do you guys want to like poke at, or do you just want to jump right into the meat of this game?
I think we can. I'm good with just jumping right in.
Yeah,
Alright.
like, I think, like, at most beforehand, Moria's just, like, making sure everyone's alright, and also just making sure Azumi's alright. Is he looking better compared to previously?
Oh, he is. He has been doing better since that like 1 FPS between him and Moria.
Good.
Specifically after the solo FPS with Azumi, where he kind of just like finally got out more.
Tank Peck. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not great. He's definitely not doing as great as he could be, which is why he's like at this point of like asking for help. Which in and of itself is already a big step for him.
Yeah.
But
No, yeah. Like,
if
Moria's not trying to make it like Moria isn't outright stating it to Azumi, but Azumi can probably tell that, oh yeah, no, she's relieved about this. She's been worried.
Yeah, he doesn't look great. He just looks incredibly tired.
That is so fair of him.
Yeah.
It's less physical exhaustion and more of the emotional, mental exhaustion.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah.
yeah. I think you guys are probably in like the room Azumi's been using in the ellipsis to like hunker down in. Y'all are just chilling.
Maybe put some extra chairs in there or something.
Extra chairs.
Yeah.
There's an emotional
Maybe
support
blanket.
cat.
Yes, good. Maybe like some blankets, I guess, if they're all going to be conked out for the next however long.
Yeah. The good news is that dream time is different than reality time, so hopefully it won't be that long in reality. However,
Hopefully.
Hmm.
Yeah, just in case, Camille is definitely texting him brother just to be sure that if it does end up being who knows how long,
Hmm.
Leo's not going to, you know,
Oh yeah, Moria would
sob.
probably. Yeah. Moria's probably going to just let Tome know beforehand.
Yeah, yeah. Professor will have told the various relevant people to either well, that he's going to, first off, the ellipsis is going to be in this place instead of in the hotel, and also to, like, not need him and not bother, like, don't go anywhere near Azumi's room for the next however many hours until he gives the all clear.
Just a business working day.
yeah.
The
I
gang will be busy for a bit. Please don't need them.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
look at the audience. I look at the audience. If Leo is going to agree, and he is like that stressed out, Satoru is going to give him something to do.
no.
Oh,
You are going to be barista boy.
barista boy. Who?
Yeah, Camille's. Don't worry, he's going to assure Leo that there's not any actual danger.
Mhm.
Even if there is the chance of actual danger, he's not gonna tell Leo that.
Yeah. Like, straight up, they will be fine.
Yeah, like there's no actual danger. Camille's pretty certain enough of that.
Yeah.
So
I think, oh god, just because Professor, because of his past experience, he does like even though he knows like this is super safe and stuff, like he does like take Azumi aside and warn him sort of quietly, like it is possible, being the person sort of hosting the mindscape, that this might hurt a lot. And so he's just like, yeah, sorry.
Azumi is just.
Are the other? I'm sorry. Are the other two able to hear this?
He's not, he doesn't want them to.
You probably took him, like, down the hall,
Yeah.
and Azumi's just got this, like, very tired look, and he's just, I want to get this over with, please.
Yeah. No, he gets that. He gets that. He's just trying to give him a heads up based on his own experience.
Ooh, we got some thunder!
ooh.
Oh boy.
Ominous.
Oh, there was
Properly
thunder,
dramatic.
and then Maki immediately crawled under the blankets.
Aww.
Baby.
Aww. Bless.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
storming last night really, really badly, and I heard Maki just, like, jump on my bed.
No.
Aww.
But yes.
Wow.
I
think we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Mhm. Let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, you guys, have finally settled down and, have, taken to your, sleeping positions TM. Like, this is some kind of, like, a fucking, mission. It is. It is. And you guys all, fall asleep. The device gets, like, activated and all that fun stuff. But when you next come to, you're standing in a room that appears to be an office. A detective's office, to be precise. The first thing that you notice, though, is that everything in this room is in high contrast black and white. there are sharp, dark shadows pressed against lighter walls. In fact, as far as you can tell, aside from the single light hanging from the ceiling, there is a window. I typed this out, and there are like grammar issues galore. I'm like,
It's okay.
yeah.
You were just in a
no
fugue
worry.
state, I think.
I think I was in a fugue state writing this.
Yeah, no
Like, I
worry.
remember seeing you update, and I'm pretty sure you were in a fugue state for at least some of them.
There is a window with blinds, which is like the only other like light source. So there is very, very little bit of white light filtering in. There is very little color anywhere in here as well. The only color that you can find are these thin lines of red string that seem to cross over the surrounding walls and the ceiling and just sink into shadows. And when you turn to look towards each other, you can also tell that there are like small, like little things that are accented, but also the color of your eyes. That's why the title card is how it is.
Yeah.
Ooh, alrighty.
Yeah, there's also, if you look down to see Camille, no, you don't.
You don't.
Moria looks up at Arson, and there's a pause, and I know you'd get taller than me someday, but I didn't think it would be this quick.
Well, Professor kind of looks delighted.
I think
Now
Arson
Moria
kinda
gets
just-
to be the team shorty.
Yeah,
Always right.
tiny now. Our son kind of just looks down at himself, like, pat, huh?
I'm guessing you're not mage-handable like this.
I sure hope not.
I think if you are, the rest of us would be.
You never know. You never know. It's a mindscape. You never know.
Then
No, you
just
don't know.
pause. Then, wait, why is that your first question?
Moria looks back at the professor. Well, he's waiting an answer.
He's just like, what?
Why don't you losers just roll me a perception?
Yeah.
And
Alright. I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. He's not used to this angle anymore.
oh,
Oh, I mistyped that. That's
Yeah,
a 19.
2019 and 14 because suddenly there's a lot more height than he's used to.
Yeah.
And also like he's a little bit too distracted with, not being baby.
Yeah.
I can see the top of Moria's head now. What is this?
See God at everything. That is an 18 from Professor. I need to double check my notes as the thunder rolls in the background.
It's ambiance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you know what Moria handed me as well? Like, looking at the Noir detective's office, she's like wondering if Azumi also saw a specific higher up in Villa's town, like similar vibes,
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I was going to say this and then I forgot. The whole idea of black and white, but like very little like accented colors, is inspired from the style of God, I think it's Sin City.
Oh.
Which is
Oh?
hilarious because I've never, like, actually consumed any media related to Sin City.
Huh.
I mean, fair. Same.
It's like a noir style, like, movie, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures now.
Mhm.
Wow, yeah, it's all black and white except for some fun accent colors. That's very fun.
Mm-hmm. Um, yes, with those, perception rolls, I'm just gonna start from the lowest and, work my way up, so, I'm gonna get trips up so much saying your name. Arsene! I almost said Camille!
To be fair, both do work in this circumstance.
Yeah, at the very least, you're not, like, fumbling with your own fucking limbs, because this is Dreamscape. So it's less
Yeah.
physicality and more, like, oh, huh.
This is how
Yeah.
you see yourself.
Yeah, he's still teenager boy.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So, you know, it's fine. He's distracted because holy shit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
He's not just staring at Professor's chin all day.
Oh gosh. But yeah. It is, pretty dark because of, like, the entire aesthetic TM of, this specific room. There's, like, very vague shapes indicating, this place as a, stereotypical detective office, like the kind you would see in a noir film. Plenty of filing cabinets and a desk. Underneath all the red lines of strings that are, like, across the walls, you can make out several fixtures that are hanging about. You see several framed newspaper clippings and a corkboard or two that is, like, filled with several pieces of paper and pictures, all connected to each other in some way. You do also see an exit in the form of a door, and it is not blocked by anything. But the red string that's, like, everywhere does, like, even though it seems to avoid blocking it, they do, like, lead out of it.
Mhm.
Professor. You get that, and, with the notice of all the things that are, like, underneath all the red strings and, like, are hanging on the walls, you notice that one of the things hanging on the wall is a series of framed pictures of people. Oddly enough, these pictures are not static. They seem to move in a very sort of shimmery sense, if that makes any sense. You also notice that in one of the corners of the room, primarily sitting in the near the desk, there is a large cloud of smoke. You don't smell anything from it like the typical scent of cigars, but you do make out a soft, glowing light underneath it all. Which is to say, you are not alone in this room.
Oh.
Moria, you got a 20.
Eee.
Hanging on the, excuse me, hanging on the back wall is a large framed photograph of what appears to be a family picture. However, the picture itself is torn. You can make out the image of a very, very young Azumi, but you cannot tell who the other two figures in this image are. because of how destroyed the picture is.
Ah, okay. She will tuck that away then.
Alright, and
Uh,
with that, what do you do?
I think Professor just sort of like taps both of them on the shoulder, and gestures towards the column of smoke.
Yeah, she's also going to quietly point out the family photo to the other two.
Mm-hmm. Our
Yeah.
son is going to sort of just blink and then take a look
What you
at
looking
this.
at?
Uh, probably the smoke first because
Yeah, Moria will come along.
Yeah, Professor like winces at the family photo, but then goes to look at the smoke as well.
I need to pull up something real quick. For the recording, for some reason, the Discord desktop app won't let me like upload pictures, but I can do it from Firefox on the browser.
Yeah.
Oh, weird.
It's
So it might take a second. That's okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you step closer to the cloud of smoke, and gosh, what does he say? He's you do see like a hand like wave through some of the smoke, trying to get some of it out of the way, and you see a pair of like piercing red eyes as he kind of glances between the three of you before he lands on Arsene. And Arsene, you do notice you do recognize this voice. What, you don't recognize me?
All right,
I'm
that
afraid I
means-
don't.
Arson would. This is Lopterine.
It's Lopter!
Yeah.
Yeah, the stinky
So-
lad himself.
Yeah, he kind of just blinks, and then there's a moment of like, oh yeah, that makes sense. As he's just
Yo.
Yo.
Lopter.
Shout out
You're here?
to Spec for making this wonderful artwork.
Yeah, Specker, beloved.
Yo, yeah, that looks so good.
Pictures in the back.
Yeah.
I think I recognize some of those people.
Yeah.
I also see a certain gag,
Yeah.
which is I noticed that right as I was responding in character, so yeah, Arsen kind of brightens up as he's just Lopter, you're here?
Where else would I be?
Fair point. And sort of glances around because if Lopter's here, then that means that Courtenay should be nearby, probably.
Yeah, I think he probably, as I pull up this reference, I also loaded every single one of these images onto OBS.
Good.
They look so good. The art's fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Lopter probably notices you looking around, and he's just again waving away all the smoke so that you can see him more clearly. He's just, Courtenay's outside. We had another disagreement.
Over what this time?
He kind of raises a brow at you.
Well, I know, but I like to know the specifics.
Maybe this?
Oh, absolutely this.
I figured.
If I may ask, who are you and Courtney then?
Oh, yes, that's right.
I'm pretty sure Moria's never been. I mean, she has her suspicions that Azumi is Kalashtar, but she's never been told, you know, or
Yeah, and
introduced to these two. I don't think.
I don't think she knows specifically that it's Kalashtar, but like at the very least, she has hints that like Azumi is not human TM.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So like I think at the very least, Courtney sighs. The hand that's holding the cigar kind of drops a little. And he's just all right. See if I can do this quickly. To put it simply, Azumi is not human.
I mean, I figured that much.
Yes. Azumi specifically is a what is called a Kalashtar. It is a person who has bonded with spirits from the plane of dreams.
Moria nods.
However, Azumi is a special case. Most Kalashtar only have one quarry.
Azumi has 2.
Okay. Well, then I suppose for starters, it's nice to meet you, Lopter.
Likewise. And he kind of just brings the cigar back to his mouth, and it's just he's just he would say this. He's kind of a dick. He's just waves a hand dismissively, and he's just feel free to look around, but don't poke your nose where it doesn't belong.
All right.
I think Ursen kind of just pauses for a moment before he's just. I think being here qualifies as poking our noses where it doesn't belong.
Then you might be able to find a source of my irritation.
All right.
Moria doesn't comment.
Azumi, instead of just having like one person in a head, like normal people, normally has 3. There is now 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit more than usual.
It's
I wonder how.
It's fine.
I wonder, like, how on earth it must be from Azumi's end. Does he just hear these dorks? Did he get to hear the whole conversation about Arsen being told now?
I'm not
We don't
telling
know.
you anything.
Oh boy.
Professor sort of like shakes his head and just like goes up to Lopter and extends a hand and says like, well, this is probably the only chance we're going to get to do this properly, so
Yeah, no.
hello.
He stands up and takes your hand. Your passive perception is a
15.
15. Again, there's very little white light, but because of how like high contrast the black and white is, as Lopter stands, you realize that his shadow that like is cast onto the floor is not humanoid shape. It is definitely the shape of a quarry. which you have more than enough experience with.
Yep.
God, I forgot the name of this specific quarry.
Kalarak?
I think it was Kayak.
Kalashak? Shoot, I need to bring up the page for that.
But yeah, no, he shakes your hand and he says, I am beating him because he wants to be rude so badly. And I'm
Lobster, please are just standing here.
he's just like, right, well, hello, officially.
Good to meet you. God, it's hard to say really in person because I've seen you, but not. Well, you know what I mean.
Yes.
Anyway.
By the way, if Lupter does accept it, like, Moria will offer a hand to shake before continuing on.
Yeah, I think as Moria shakes, Professor just, like, from where he is, like, you know, he is shaking Lobter's hand, and then, like, he turns and, like, opens a desk drawer.
Amazing.
Fucking fantastic.
I love these dorks!
Oh,
Yeah, no, there is definitely an air TM about Lopter extremely bitter. You don't know if it's bitter at you or bitter at the situation. Could be both.
Moria is staunchly ignoring it. They're already here, so let's go do this.
yeah. I mean, in Arsene's POV, like, he spends a decent amount of time around Lopter at this point, so
Yeah,
like
the only one of you three that like Lofter seems okay with is Arsene.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh my god.
At least, I know at least from Moria's point of view, this is literally the first time she's meeting the guy.
Yeah.
Even if presumably he's seen her before, but...
Alright, and you said, oh. Yes, one of those. But Lobster is designed a little bit differently. I can pull up the,
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to... That's the type. So it is Kalarak.
Yeah.
Kalarak Quarry. Hee-hoo.
One of the more powerful quarry.
Yup.
Expensive!
It's fine. Don't even worry about it.
You said that, Professor is poking through the desk.
Correct.
Do you want to roll investigation?
Yes.
And while you do that, the other two.
Yeah.
What y'all doing?
Yeah?
I think Arsene might be trying to, he'll probably talk to Lofter to try and get more information on the situation and, also make sure that, you know, Lofter probably knows what they're here for, but also, like, you know, just making sure everyone is on the same page because they are here to poke their nose in Azumi's business, so...
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Lopter, honestly, the best person to, like, actually get that information from Lopter would be Camille. So, like, as you're talking to him, Arsene, he does seem to, like, l- just slightly loosen up a little bit. He's still prickly. He's still very, very prickly.
He's a tsundere.
He doesn't like this because he doesn't know what the extent of y'all's like interference will go to. He just doesn't want things to get fucked up worse.
That's valid.
Yeah, which is very fair. So our son's gonna do the whole, like, we are very much here to root about in Shiro's mind. They also don't want to fuck things up worse. You have the most knowledge about how not to fuck things up worse right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rather than being like polite about it and being like, hey, don't do this. Lofter has basically just gone to full if you do anything stupid I will bite you mode.
Which is, you know, fair.
Yeah. But yeah, that's Lofter's whole deal. What's Moria doing?
I think for starters, she's like taking a closer look at the photos and stuff. She doesn't want to start rooting around the drawers yet because she would actually like to know, like, hey, are there any do's or not do's that the people living in Azumi's head would already know about? So for now, she's taking a closer look at the photos and the things that you can just see about.
Alright, I'm gonna do Professor first. So while that's happening, Moria can roll on an investigation.
Hey.
Professor, you got a 13, was it?
Yes.
Okay. Good enough. The drawers, all open except for one. The ones that do open contain like a scattering of like different papers, mostly pictures and pages with writing. They give the impression of like thoughts or like things that he's like seen directly. Azumi, I mean. The one that doesn't open, only opens slightly, revealing a safe with a 4-digit combination lock.
Huh. What is the best, let's see. I'm debating between, like, just trying thieves' tools or just rolling intelligence to see if he can guess the code.
Roll intelligence.
Okay. Super! That's a 4.
Woof.
Yeah. He just tries 1, 2,
Ouch.
3, 4, and nothing happens.
He tries that, nothing happens. Well, that's the best I got.
My goodness.
Oh god. Can he pass not?
Give me a second. I'm getting like DM'd by like 2 different people at once.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. One of them is a person who was commissioning me. So you got a 4.
Yeah.
Oh my god. God, what do I do with a 4?
I don't know.
Oh god.
That sure is a box.
It sure is a box. I will say, probably messing with it with, like, thieves' tools is probably not a good idea because this is still a mindscape.
Mm-hmm. Could I cast a spell?
What spell do you want to cast?
Knock.
You're gonna cheat my puzzle like this? You can, but I will bully Professor!
Please.
Oh my goodness.
I have this spell for a reason. It's very fucking loud.
Actually, I think I can mess with it.
Okay.
Yeah, spell, knock. Yeah, instantaneous. When I wrote this puzzle, I forgot that knock was a spell, and I'm so mad.
People always forget about knock, but
It's okay.
that's where bullshit comes in.
Yeah. But,
Yeah.
I can play with this.
Listen, I can only cast it 3 times total, so...
No, that's fair. Okay, you cast, somebody knocking my door?
I did hear a knock.
Okay, give me a second. That's
Same-
hilarious.
yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah, I heard the knock as well.
The timing.
I
God.
do I do like how like they're already in here. The gang's already up to chaos. Ivor talking to a prickly lad looking for drawers or like looking around.
Lopter just told them not to start shit, and here they are.
Yeah.
Hey, at least Moria's just looking at the photos and stuff.
Yeah. Lopter was like, don't go digging around where you don't belong, and Professor was just like, really? Do you know who we are? Like, you've seen me.
Yeah. I mean,
You're
our son
telling
is
this
that bad, but at
to-
least he's trying to,
Be
Talk.
polite about it.
yeah.
No, Professor's doing the same thing he did in what was it, Haunt My Own House, which is just like, hi, I'm here, I'm going to go through all your stuff.
Oh my god. Like, to be fair, this was told to 2 detectives and the professor.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I think the 2 detectives are being polite about it.
See, they have to abide by the law. Professor doesn't have to.
I say this very affectionately, but do you really think Arsene and Moria follow the law?
That's fair, actually. Maybe more accurately, they are accustomed to pretending to follow the law.
Yeah, okay, there we go. That's correct.
That is correct, yes.
They know how to be polite.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I'm back.
Hi.
Sorry,
Welcome back.
My brother is visiting for a few days and was asking me how the shower works.
Oh.
Oh, fair.
Oh, fair.
Yes. Did I miss anything important?
No, we were just being funny goofs.
Okay.
Yeah,
We were
talking
just
about how
making-
nobody here respects the law. Our
we
son doesn't respect the law, but this is his brother's mind,
Yeah.
so he wants to do it properly, and also
Yeah.
he knows just how pissy Lopter can get.
Mhm.
Moria at least is like, look, this is Azumi. She cares for him, so she'd like to be careful.
Yeah.
So
Professor is just an ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, he is trying to follow at least a little bit of not fucking him brother over here.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, fair handshake. Handshake, Moria.
Okay. Yes. Okay. You cast knock, Professor. The locked combination does not open. Because I'm not having you break my puzzle that easily. But instead of like making a loud knocking noise, you do hear something else, something that's coming from on top of the desk.
Mhm.
There is a what was it called? A telegraph.
Mm.
And it starts doing that like tapping of like a message. Right as you cast knock.
Ooh.
That
He's gonna pay
our son's
attention
gonna
to
look at
that.
that.
Yeah.
I completely forgot how telegraphs work. I assume that like there is something to like be written down.
Yeah, it's like a tap 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 tap, tap like a little thing and it's basically you have to like interpret the code and write it down. It's since you're receiving. You have to
Yeah.
like know. I think that's more I think they use Morse code. I'm not
No,
sure.
it is Morse code, but God, if I am
Okay.
tapping this out loud.
No, yeah, no. Don't
No,
do that.
fair.
But like if anyone knows Morse code, like you have to pay attention and write it down. So, yeah. I don't think there's an automatic way to do that.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but like there is definitely like the tapping of the telegraph. If you're paying attention to it, I am going to copy paste the actual like quote, and it will give you the big hint to this puzzle. You can't escape this day, but you can ignore it.
Huh.
Ominous.
Fun.
So yeah, I think Professor is just sort of like, he waits for the message to end and then he just sort of like is standing there thinking for a bit. And then he thinks, "Oh, is it the election day? And does he know that date?"
I mean, you can roll intelligence for it.
Sure. Because, like, it's also been, there have been papers and...
Roll history.
Oh, history. Even better.
Cause,
Thank
like,
you.
This is something like that is based on your memory.
That is 21.
21. Okay, then yeah, you would know the election date, at least the election date of the one that I think you're thinking of.
Yeah, the election that was supposed to be Endo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has Professor told
several years
anyone else
ago.
that he's fucking around with the box, or is he just...
No, but it's entirely visible he's not hiding it.
Okay.
Like they can see, like, he's got one hand, he's like looking between the telegram thing and the drawer with the like little safe code in it.
In which case, our son kind of just looks at the telegraph, looks over at the professor, and is just, what you got there?
Yeah, Moria's looking,
I still Moria's investigation too, which is hilarious.
Yeah, like, it's like, I think Moria's doing that investigating. Like, she got a 19 on that, but, like,
Mhm.
she's the professor doing this, and she would know more.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
Oh.
like, she's looking.
Yes, there's this, I'm trying to get into this safe here, and we just got a telegram saying you can't escape this day, but you can ignore it. And I'm thinking of a particular date that could be, from a few years ago.
Yeah?
Alright, do you put the date in?
Yes, he does.
Does not unlock.
He just sort of, like, all right, that's not it. So it's not the day. He just sort of like scratches
Oh,
his head, like
I
it
got
wasn't.
an idea.
Oh, all right. Well, it wasn't the day that Endo was supposed to be elected. That's what I was thinking of.
I
What?
don't think our son has context for that.
Oh boy.
Moria does, but, like, actually, like, there is a pause. What if you input his birthday?
Okay, I think our son's kind of just gonna go, why would it be that? At least in terms of responding to the professor, because he doesn't have context.
I'm shaking Azumi, this is why you tell people your shit.
Like, Moria's going to pause, and does she say this? Like, there's a pause, and well, I at least suspect that Azumi and Endo may have some sort of relation. It was pretty busy on that date a few years back.
You hear Lofter snort in the background.
Professor glances at him.
Our son looks over like, anything you want to input?
Why don't you just insert his birthday?
All right.
Just to carry over the 21 on history, his birthday is July 2nd.
Oh man, did I guess that right?
Yeah, you put it in through the 4-digit combo, and it does unlock.
Oh, very good. Well,
Aw,
that's
buddy.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Man.
The safe has a folded up, torn piece of a photo. Do you want to take it out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you take it out and unfold it. It's part of that family picture that's hanging on the wall. Specifically, it's the image of a woman. However, her face is incredibly obscured. Both by her hair and by the fact that just like specific details are very, very blurry. So you have one piece of that picture.
Professor just looks kind of sad, and he's gonna go, like, I think he's gonna try and put it, like, in the frame, like, put it back in with the rest of the picture, honestly.
Yeah, it fits. It takes up the space to the left. There is a bit of like a kind of like haunting beauty to her. But again, you can't really see many details about her.
Yeah. Our son is keeping him thoughts to himself as he just Yeah, okay, puzzle time. Why not?
Yeah.
And gonna go start looking for other puzzle stuff to do.
Okay.
Oh yeah, if I may ask then, what did Moria get with her investigation earlier?
Investigation! You got a 19 on that investigation, and I'm so excited because I have something
It's like,
for
it-
that.
like it's an average roll, which means it's a 19.
Oh, I'm so glad. um, so you see these like portraits, these pictures of people, that are hanging on the wall, and they as with that 19 investigation, you realize this is not like people he has just met, but feels as though he has a stronger relationship, but beyond just being like acquaintances.
Oh,
There are the spirit rogues, and a few other people, including yourselves.
No.
oh,
There's also
Oh my god, the fucking hat! I just saw it!
Yeah.
yeah.
Camille, forever top of the hat.
Bully. Spec.
Oh my god.
Spec did that on their own, and I am crying.
Oh my god. Okay.
great. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're like. Are you like looking like over like each one of them?
Yeah, she
I'm
would.
looking. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So there's definitely the one on Arata. There. Oh my god, this one is covered with like so many different like notes about Arata. And it's so funny that Moria got this because Moria doesn't know that Arata is Trickster and therefore doesn't have context to that.
Oh god.
I mean, Moria knows who the Phantom Thieves are. Is this how she finds out this trickster?
It would be so funny. But like there are so many notes on Arata, things from how he operates as a team leader to his own like private mannerisms, things that people normally don't take note of, or normally don't notice. I'm gonna give you yours because I think it's going to be fun. Moria, there's a lot of the aberration case that he's made note of, but it's it's also like intermingled with like stuff that that he's noticed about you specifically. More specifically, there is a note about your quote unquote caring disposition as which he's marked as refreshing but unsettling.
Oh my goodness.
Buddy.
Oh, man. That's cool.
There are also like a few different like other notes with like a few questions about how to get her back home, if that's something she even wants, because those like sorts of questions are worded with like a sense of apprehension.
Oh, man.
Oh.
I am holding Azumi very gently.
Yeah.
I hope you're aware.
Congratulations, you would not have gotten this otherwise.
I'm still dying at the apprehension of would Moria even want to go back, cause Azumi's been around Moria a bunch, so I think most of the people here have an idea that, yeah, the place he originally came from wasn't the best, actually. So I'm just sitting here, man.
Yeah. unfortunately, Azumi's anxieties are quite powerful.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, if they weren't powerful, would any of us be here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, give me a sec. I'm being DM'd again.
Oh, no
Be
worries.
easy.
um.
I know on more, like, you know they'll hold a hand on your heart.
Yeah.
So it's me right
Aw.
now. 'Cause, oh,
Aw.
like, Moria internally is just going, oh.
No.
You. Do you are you nosy enough to poke at Camille and professors?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Give me a sec. Professors. It's been a while since I've read these, so like some of these are like really fun. There's quite a few notes about his mannerisms as well, and
Mhm.
things he's said that tip off that he is like definitely not from story.
Mhm.
But like it comes with the flavoring of like this was such a blatant lie. How did you get away with this?
Oh my goodness.
Like, why does anyone think that you belong here?
Yeah, this is even better with Moria, because in her first meeting with the professor, there was the immediate, oh yeah, no, he's a dimensional traveler. That's how he even knows about the Metropolis.
Mhm.
Checking. So she's just probably reading these and would probably quietly agree with, oh wow, yeah, how did he get away with this?
There are also like a lot of other notes. Most of it is in the sense of keeping track how the professor differs from humans, because there aren't any other time czars
Mhm.
on Einzel. So it's on story. So it's like there's a sense of like wanting to know like how to like. It's gonna be funny because I just remembered Professor made this list, but it comes later on the timeline.
Mhm.
Wanting to make sure that you're like okay in the worst case scenario.
Mhm.
Oh,
Like-
fair, yeah.
Which again is so funny because after the after the vampire game,
Mhm.
he fucking made that list.
Yeah. Professor actually gives him a document literally detailing all that shit.
Yeah, and like, which is like such a funny thing to tie into. There's also like a couple of notes on the ellipsis herself. Just
Yeah?
stuff he's noticed about her. He doesn't know a lot about the ellipsis, which is wow. Because that is foreign tech, and also she's kind of alive and psychic.
Mhm.
And then there's the stuff on Camille. Plenty of notes on Camille's like personal case, as well as notes that are like reminders. Stuff along the lines of how Camille is older than his appearance, so we might not appreciate being babied.
Yeah.
And keep an eye on him while outside just in case. There's been like a couple of, like, notes listing out things that he's realized will, like, I guess trigger Camille, because he's, like, he does get, like, pretty tense in, like, certain situations, from what Azumi's noticed.
Yeah.
Like, his anxiety just, like, gets bad at TM, and Azumi's just like,
Like, well, essentially how to make things so it's easier for Camille.
yeah. And then here's the one of my favorite one that I've noted down.
Oh?
There is a pair of girls. They look pretty similar. So, like, there's two images of two different girls, but they look like they could be sisters. You realize, I'm not sure if Moria met her directly, but she was at the party on the first day of the Yedo trip. You recognize one of them as the girl who introduced herself as Yamazaki.
Okay.
And one of the other girl is looks almost exactly like her. But her hair is down and she is wearing glasses. There are just as many notes about them as there are on Arata.
Oh boy.
And then
Kind of.
You good, Fletch?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I got distracted, sorry.
No, that's fine. I thought you were saying something. But one that sticks out, one of the notes that sticks out the most to Moria, is a note that says, slowly, then all at once.
Huh.
And you realize you can take this note off of the pictures.
Okay. Okay, so Moria doesn't know if that's a good idea, but, like, does she have paper or something on her? Being that they're in here.
I would say you would have your equipment. So, like, if you normally carry, like, a notepad or something, I wouldn't see why you wouldn't have it.
Yes, then she's actually then going to, like, take a piece of paper, and she's going to write that down.
Okay.
I the player, am looking at that. But Moria is a little bit more worried about would taking that off mess something up. So,
I mean, you can always ask.
Yeah.
Actually, a good idea. She will in fact ask Lopter about it.
Oh, I'm gonna roll this at disadvantage for him because I think it's so fucking funny.
Oh-ho.
Okay. So the first roll was an 8 and the second one was a 7.
Oh.
So we got a 15 on deception.
my
Yeah,
God.
sorry, mate. That does not beat Moria's passive insight. Not even close.
Oh my god, Moria, there is something about this that Lopter finds extremely hilarious.
Oh-ho.
But he does answer your question and says, "You can take it down."
Okay. Then she's gonna take it down.
Alright, So you have a secret bonus puzzle, basically.
Amazing.
Oh my goodness. Great. I honestly, Moria's looking at that and looking at like how Lopter finds it very funny. Did Yamazaki and Azumi get to interact much at that first party by any
'cause
chance?
by then Azumi was already in the
Shoot, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
considering that Leo and Yamazaki have interacted, right?
Yeah.
And Leo's probably talked to him brother about it.
Please show this to the rest of your party, Moria.
Yeah, she does.
I think even if she doesn't, like, suddenly Arsene kind of just leans over Moria's shoulder to read.
Yeah, like Arsene does that. Moria moves the paper so he can read it easily, and she'll know that it comes from that picture there.
He's definitely got the knife cat faces. He's just, I see.
So it's like that, huh?
Professor got an 8 in insight, so he is just tilting his head with a completely blank look.
Oh my goodness.
Somebody should have to spell it out for Professor.
Oh my goodness. That is really funny. You have 3 people with knife cat. And then I'm so sorry, Prof.
What's that mean?
It's it's a saying here on Satori.
Yes?
Say it, yes, brother.
Kind of just pauses, trying to find a way to put it tactfully, but then he kind of just gives up after a moment as he's just, as Leo would put it, Azumi has a big fat crush.
Yeah.
What?
He likes her.
Oh. Who's this? This is,
Yamazaki. You.
This is Yamazaki.
Yeah. For reference, she was also at the party, but also Azumi brought her up by name during the haunt my own house. Specifically that when you had mentioned Masaru, when you found that document on Masaru, Azumi had a moment of like, oh, I've heard that name before, and then connected it to Yamazaki because Yamazaki went to him for grief counseling.
Yeah. Yeah. So Professor is just sort of like, oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Right? With that said fucking out loud, Locker is pointedly looking away to try and like hide his own like knife cat expression. But Moria, you look back down to the note. It's turned into a blue good luck charm. One of those like traditional Japanese ones that are folded. And I'm just going to copy paste what I wrote down in my note.
Oh,
Congratulations,
okay.
you solved my bonus puzzle.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Heck yeah. Like, Yeah, if the other two have seen, like, Moria will carefully put that in her jacket. But,
Mhm.
oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I didn't expect that.
Oh, just put Azumi on fucking blast.
Arson kind of just tilts his head like, you... I guess that's fair. And he's
Does he
gonna...
seem like the romantic sort to you?
Well,
He would be surprised. And he's just going to go and look for Pubsel to distract from this conversation.
Prof, you are getting a pet from Moria, and then she's gonna go do something else.
And there's like one more thing y'all can like investigate. So if you just like,
That is a 27.
that is a fucking 27. Never mind.
Love this team.
So you're looking at like all the where did I put it? Where did I put it? Ah, I found it. Okay. So this was like the first thing you noticed, Camille, Arsen.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the cork boards that have been like posted up, so this is like on a different wall from like all the pictures. All of the cork boards are like a recap of basically his situation, your situation, the aberration cases, the Daisy Chain series.
Oh boy.
Wasn't he not allowed to learn about that?
Yeah, well, I think Lobner just like fucking like purposefully positions himself so you can't look at it. He's just like
Stands in front of it.
just
You go, Lobster.
You're not allowed to look at this,
Why not?
or just from Azumi.
Come on, there are
Kinda
other
just
boards
Crosses
here.
his arms and hugs. Which looks a little bit silly now that he's 16 and not 6.
Moria will just casually steer Arsen towards a different corkboard.
Yeah, there's also like basically everything he knows about the spirit rogues, excluding like very specific identities. It's basically like how they operate to their targets. And on that list, there's like a certain drop off point of like information, and then you just see like hastily added on notes. You guess this is like the point where like he had like died and then came back 2 years later and there was like more activity. So he's just like, oh fuck.
Yeah, fair.
But there's also like a few like the quite a few concerning things regarding his own situation. One of the most concerning is a note that's been hidden by other papers and things, which implies that with all the dunamancy and presumed reality bending, there is a theory which you know for a fact that he has not voiced out loud, that he might not be the real Azumi.
Oh.
Yeah. I think Isen's going to look at that frown and sort of call the others' attention to it because,
Yeah.
this definitely seems like one of the things that would be bothering him, and sort of just points over at the note.
Yeah, Moria's silent for a good moment, and she nods.
Well,
Indeed.
I won't say it's not impossible.
Well, I mean, whether or not it is or isn't the case, it doesn't really matter, but...
No, I agree. It's interesting, though. It might explain how things were, how certain things were accomplished. How he was, well, brought back, specifically.
I think...
But I don't think that matters to us.
No.
The possibility that he's from a different timeline.
Well, one way or another, this is still the Azumi we met.
Precisely.
Yeah, our son kind of just nods, and he's probably going to sort of on instinct, because he's got many things to think about right now, so sometimes you're just a little bit on autopilot and don't realize that like the evidence you collect here isn't going to translate over to the real world. So he kind of just nods and grabs and pockets the sticky note.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have a talk TM later.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Alright, and I'm just gonna continue on with that fucking 27 on investigation. I fucking love you, Arset.
You have two lovely, terrible detectives. And a whole professor who I think is a bard, so, you know.
Yeah. There are a lot of, frustrated, handwritten notes, on the, Spirit Rogues section. Referencing something or someone, that has, ruined something. And if you trace, one of the red strings that is on this specific part of the board, it goes back to one of the rogues' targets, specifically Endo. Azumi doesn't know much about the targets that come after Endo until Sinclair, because in between Azumi's death and Sinclair, there was Persona 5 strikers, and there were I forgot how many. Like, I think 4? Yeah. 4 public targets that they had, so there isn't like a lot of stuff on them, but there is quite a big emphasis on Endo specifically. So the string that has referencing that like something or someone has ruined something leads to Endo's portrait.
Huh.
Yeah. I think Arsene looks at that and then also then looks over at the others and is just, I think I'm really going to need to know what exactly is up with Endo, and gestures over at the notes.
Right.
So, he hasn't talked about it to me, so I haven't had anything confirmed, but I suspect they may be related to each other. There was a while where, like, so Moria got that nat 20 way back on the Spirit
Yeah, and I'm
Rogues,
still
and
fucking crying over it.
yeah,
It's been like, what, 2 years?
yeah, and like, Moria sure has had her suspicions, but Azumi didn't want to talk about it, so like, fair enough. But she will actually expand upon what she learned from that, like, from that look into.
Yeah, basically
So,
that Moria knows that Azumi has ties specifically to Mitsuyoshi Endo, who was a corrupt politician and was probably the biggest target the Spirit Rogues went after within their first year of operating. He was essentially running for the prime minister spot.
yeah.
And used underhanded tactics to get to that point. Specifically, he was the one contracting the mental shutdowns and psychotic breakdowns, which you, Arsene, would know Azumi was the one carrying out.
As they're discussing this, Professor does not react because he knows all of this.
Yeah.
None of this is new information
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah, and at least on Moria's end, well, she doesn't know about the Phantom Thieves. Yeah.
Yeah.
They are related.
Okay.
Specifically, well, we almost mentioned it when Camille, when you and I went to pick him up at the station. The reason he became an assassin for Endo was that so that he could get close to him, because he wanted to he wanted to kill him because he wanted revenge for what Endo did to him. Which is, well, Endo was his father, and he abandoned Azumi and his mother before Azumi was even born.
Yeah, Arsene kind of just grimaces because even more shitty dads.
Yeah.
And as you might imagine by the fact that he doesn't have a mother right now, she passed when he was young.
I see.
After as far as I'm aware, a good deal of hardship due to let's see, she was not in a place that tolerated she was not in a particular place that was particularly tolerant towards people having children out of wedlock.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Oof.
guess our son can sort of put 2 and 2 together here. Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
That's about all I know.
Well, you can get a very good picture from just that, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Things were not good. And he obviously carried that a long time and decided that the only thing to do was to get revenge. And so he put his whole life towards that goal.
Urson, do you want to roll me a history? I think it would be fair for you to do this since you're from Forcenaw and there is a close partnership between Forcenaw and Yedo, so you might be able to get a little bit of context.
Yeah.
17, not bad. Yedo has huge emphasis on the idea of nuclear families. So much so that child institutions aren't as great as they could be.
Like for orphans and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Orphanages, foster homes. Yeah. In fact, there is the very big possibility that if a child is not adopted out of the system, when they eventually grow old enough to graduate from the system, they are essentially starting their adult life on the lowest possible rung of the social ladder.
Oof.
Yeah.
So it does provide a little bit more context as to why Azumi jumped to revenge.
Yeah. Our son kind of just... Yeah. He'll sort of pause and explain that to the others. 'Cause, yeah, no, here's some more context about why that's an even shittier move than you might think.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, Professor just sort of like, grimaces but nods like that makes sense.
Yeah, like...
It also provides context to, like, when you were reading through Azumi's old apartment, why he was so on top of his grades.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You gotta advance somehow, and academics is one venue available. If you could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Moria's again looking at the ripped family photo too, which yeah.
Speaking of, I'm going to pull you guys back to the puzzle.
E.
E.
Listen, sometimes you and the gang have some horrible realizations.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
yeah,
these characters have a lot of puzzle pieces that they're now able to put together.
yeah.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah,
also,
between the three of them.
yeah. That's why I was
Mm.
finally like, there's no way this is gonna end in one game.
Yeah, fair.
um, with all that laid out and those puzzle pieces put together, you all three of you notice that there is a red thread that leads from the portrait to one of the more shadowed areas of the office. Do you guys approach it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you lighting this up? Are you just gonna cast light or something?
Let's see what your boy has.
Professor does have light.
Okay,
Yeah.
like Moria's got prestidigitation, so like if there was a candle around, she could use that. But
Yeah, your boy has
Mhm.
produced flame, but light's probably the best option.
Yeah.
yeah, definitely the safest.
Shed a little
Yeah.
light on the situation.
Awful, awful.
That's the end of the game. Anyway.
Yeah.
So you know how like cork boards are for keeping track of evidence and whatnot?
Yeah.
When you light up this area, what's behind these shadows is like if you took a cork board and tried to tear your way through it. There are so many depictions of Matsuyoshi Endo or like records of things he's said during his political campaign,
Mhm.
all of which have been torn apart or ripped to shreds. And there are quite a few severed strings dangling in these shadows. It is a huge mess here. But notably, you find one slip of paper that has not been like ripped to shreds, and it is free for you to take.
We'll take.
Is
Yeah,
there
let's
anything
grab
written on it?
Who's taking it?
Our son probably will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you take it. There's nothing written on it. It's the other part of the family picture.
Oh,
It is a picture of Endo.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
man, yeah.
As I try to look up something real quick. Are you gonna put it back on the family
In the frame.
In the frame?
Mm-hmm. Might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Professor will note, like, now, of course, such a photo couldn't actually ever have been taken, so this is, well, maybe what should have been.
What if?
Not exactly.
Oh,
No.
As I
I guess.
More of
Man.
a visual
Hey, Dad,
representation.
thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's how your boy feels.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
So,
Also, I hand you a baby Azumi.
yeah.
yeah,
Your boy.
little guy, but
There you-
also man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like, oof.
Right
Yeah.
in the feels. And you have solved the family portrait puzzle. As I quickly scroll through my notes. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's.
Would now be a good time for break?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Let me resolve this real quick and then we'll just break.
Alright.
you feel, as the puzzle is completed and as the portrait is put back together, you feel the ground beneath your feet begin to rumble and quake, and in the distance, somewhere outside the room, on the other side of that door you had noticed earlier, you hear the noise of something big colliding into something else with a loud thud.
What
Huh.
was that?
Ominous.
And you have completed my family picture puzzle. Let's take a fucking 15-minute break.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Moria's looking at this picture and her expression is grim.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Just man. But anywho, yeah.
Yeah.
Any whoosies?
Yeah. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna be meet back at 15 past. But
Yeah.
so do a stretch.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye. So how you doing? Hello.
Hello. I have returned with Morty.
Nice.
Oh, gotta say, it's still super neat that, like, each of our characters have a bunch of puzzle pieces. They are now being put together.
We can finally put all the puzzle pieces together.
Yeah! I'm, like, in the background, you just have me cheering and whooping as Moria finally finds out certain things.
Neil finally knows that Azumi's part of the Shitty Dads Club.
Hey!
I mean, he guessed, but he didn't know just how bad Endo is.
Well,
And everyone gets more context as to how bad Endo is, too,
yeah, as a treat.
as a treat.
Now I'm just waiting for Moria to find out who the Phantom Thieves are. Oh, but man,
Watch her never find out.
yeah, honestly, she's too polite to like go, hey. Oh, can't wait to see what on earth crashed out there as well. Wonder if
Mhm.
Courtney's alright.
Yeah. The fact that Courtney's. I'm sure Courtney's probably fine.
Probably, yeah.
Probably.
Hopefully. Goodness, the gang gets to meet Courtney now in a little bit as well.
I can't
Completely
wait for everyone but Arsene to get psychic damage. Like.
So, well, see, thanks to recent information I got from Project Moon, Moria might get less psychic damage than you'd think. More. Look, there's a guy who, like, straight up looks like All Might, over in the area Moria would have lived in. I need to double check what the guy's name is, but like it says something when all of the librarian chat has gone, or like almost all of the librarian chat has gone. Is that All Might? So like, I don't. I highly doubt she would have met the guy in person, but she would at least know about him.
Fair. There's a difference between knowing of an over the top guy and meeting one, though.
True. That is true. it it's just going to be very funny though, because like we met Lobter, who is his tsundere self,
Mm-hmm.
and then we meet the complete opposite.
And suddenly so much about Azumi makes sense.
When these are his head roommates.
Mhm.
Now in the future, if like as Moria sees Azumi having a headache, she there is the chance she might ask, "Are those two causing trouble in your head again?" There is
I
the
mean,
chance.
pretty good chance, you know.
Yeah. Guess I could take a look, see what has happened. Bash.
Oh yeah, have to check in Bash.
It has been surprisingly chill, actually.
All right, is quiet day.
Yeah. He is done now as well. Nice. The Yamazaki puzzle was really funny, though. What a way to find out Azumi has a crush.
Yeah, there's not really a way to tactfully put it, so Urson just decided to channel his brother.
Yeah, no, that's so fair of him. Professor voice, what? Everyone else doing the nice cat face.
uh, to be fair, that is a very that is truly an old man move.
Yeah.
Professor, your age is showing.
He does not think about these things unless they are like specifically brought up.
That is so fair, but also it's really funny.
It is.
Yeah. He is also Arrow Ace, so he's sometimes like, oh yeah, that's a thing.
I mean, that's so fair. I don't know what Moria is, but I think she's some flavor of Ace too. But like,
Hell yeah.
look, man, she's seen a bunch of this stuff. She knows how it works.
Oh yeah,
Prof,
absolutely.
Prof is so valid, though, and we love him.
Take a look in player chat, y'all.
Yeah, notice. Cookie good.
Shoot as a puppet loosely strung. Floating, I could have so much fun. Nicknames are
Oh, Maki, beloved.
Nice.
I think Iki is passed out on his windowsill.
Aw. I have one cat sleeping behind me and the other cat sleeping at the foot of my bed.
Nice.
Man, Professor finally got to tell somebody what he knows.
Man,
Finally.
Yeah. finally.
That big, evil, big bad guy was his dad!
Dun dun dun.
Sometimes you just got a big bad evil dad and it be that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit's whack.
I'm just imagining this as a conversation between our characters. Imagining the professor whack.
Hi, I'm back.
Welcome
Hello.
back!
Well, what I miss? I saw you guys joking about
Welcome
the fucking
back.
Yamazaki puzzle.
Yeah.
Man, what on earth did we speak about? There was the Yamazaki puzzle. There was a talk on it's great that all of our characters have the different puzzle pieces. So like people are learning things in this chat tonight.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Azumi's an ass who doesn't tell anyone anything. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professor only knows half the things he knows because he practically interrogates him every time they meet.
God, yeah.
Honestly, like in the background, you just see me cheering because Moria is finally learning some things because she's too nice to prod Azumi into like telling her things.
Mhm.
And Camille's too like delicate and care for him brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, Camille also, sometimes getting information when you look like you're 6 years old is very hard.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
And it's like Moria is one of the rare few adults Azumi is okay with, so she kinda doesn't want to break that.
Mhm.
So, you know.
Meanwhile, Professor.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, if he ends up hating me, at least we'll have gotten some progress.
Goodness.
Sure is a way of thinking, Professor. Anyway, are we good to head back into the game?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright. So
There.
Oh,
Oh, no, just like two types of adults in Azumi's life.
dead ass. Actually, technically 3 if we count the people like Endo.
I don't think
man.
Endo deserves to be counted.
Yeah, he doesn't. Endo doesn't have rights.
2 types of nice adults.
Yeah, 2 types of nice adults in Azumi's life.
Also, this is on recording, so I don't fucking care, but I want you all to know, while I was drawing Endo, I kept screaming about how much I hated drawing his fucking bald head.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's so fair.
I remember yelling about something in that I could not read.
I remember you yelling a while back about Endo's shadow and how horrible that design is.
God, yeah, I did talk about that, because, like, every time I would look up reference pictures, that
Just
would come
cringe.
up.
Yeah.
Ooh. Catch you.
hate that man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, understandable. I think like all the people present and the characters do not like him either.
Yeah.
Good thing
Oh,
he's
yeah.
in jail.
Yeah.
Professor has had a lot of time to think about this.
I it's like Moria would be very tempted to punch him, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, oh, give me a second. I am being asked about something IRL. I will be right back.
Okay.
Eee.
Yeah, Professor, like, I have some hang-ups with, like, prison and that sort of particular punishment, but I hope you burn in hell. Like,
It's like if Moria ever met the guy, she'd be cold. Like she would be cold to him. It's a
Mhm.
kind of situation where ideally she would try and have it so Azumi doesn't have to be anywhere near the guy, you know?
Oh,
Mhm.
absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
But also if it comes down to it, she can absolutely beat up him, and she's done that plenty of times before.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's probably in this party, the character who's most on board with violence.
Honestly,
Like
yeah.
that sometimes. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm back.
like
Mhm.
arguably she's one of the nicer ones, and she
Mm.
prefers to avoid violence, especially now that she has that option. But
Right, yeah.
Mhm.
if it comes down to it, like I casually look at her dealing over 50 damage in some previous games in a turn.
Yeah. Listen, I shake around. He's having a lot of thoughts right now, but so he's just taking them, putting them in the bin.
Yeah.
Fair. I think everyone's just kind of casually gonna note this down to talk with Azumi later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are many things happening right now, and he sort of loses at least half of his brain cells when he's Arsene because he has to process a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair.
Man, Professor literally can't physically do that much damage. The most amount of damage he can do is like 48.
It's okay.
I mean,
It's
that's
okay.
still a lot of damage. I
Like,
think that outpaces Camille because Camille's more support now.
Mhm.
Yeah,
yeah, no,
however,
that's absolutely fair, but also consider Moria can be a main DPS, and Camille has done an amazing job at keeping her alive.
Mhm.
That's his job.
Yeah, and he's doing amazing.
And we love
Yeah.
him for it.
And Prof can have a little bit of both as a treat.
Mhm.
Yeah, except that damage is tied to a specific thing that's not really very helpful anyway.
But yes, before we went on break, you did hear that big old thud, outside the, room. Lopter is already starting towards the door. Are you following him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Okie doke. You step outside of the office and you are in a hall. The hall looks pretty much the same as the office did, in that it's still high contrast black and white with very minimal color.
Mm-hmm.
You can still see the red strings which lead out and spread from the office and all up and down the hall.
Mm.
I guess I would describe the hall itself as like it could belong in one of those old noir era office buildings. Very, very appropriate for the setting of like the office you were just in.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Do you want to roll perception?
Yes.
Sure.
Well, that's one way to roll.
Moria's, what's your perception again? Here we go.
Alright. Finally adjusting to being tall again.
Hey.
Him big.
Him big.
Okay, yeah. Y'all did really good on that. So we're just gonna keep rolling. You do find more framed clippings of like newspapers that represent like notable cases and achievements that Azumi has succeeded with. Some of them are memories that are a lot more mundane, which can either be taken humorously or kind of like, oh, buddy.
Oh.
Yeah. Azumi is struggling, and boy howdy, he's not normal, TM.
Yeah.
Hair. Admittedly, what's coming to mind is on one of the clippings like a cooking disaster.
Something that happened between Marcel and him. Probably. Somebody remind me to note that to Vamp later.
Can do.
So glad. As you are looking up and down the hallway, you do notice that there was a cracked crease along the portion of the hallway. And how should I phrase this? I forgot to put this into specific wording. So I had an idea of what you would do if you did this under like certain conditions, and you didn't do that. It's not bad. It's not bad. In fact, I'm kind of glad y'all did it this way, so I could just focus on one thing at a time. It's like those red strings has pulled the other side of the broken half of the hall closer so that you could walk further down. Essentially solving the puzzle, like out of character, solving the puzzle has essentially opened up a new area, TM.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
If you had exited through the door before solving the puzzle, you would have had like nowhere to go.
So we can see like cracks where like this was kind of broken off, and like we would have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah. I was skim over my notes. The only odd thing about the portion of the hall that has been connected to where the office is that there is a very clear difference between the new portion and the old one. In that it looks like it belongs to a completely different building, despite matching the cracked lines where the broken portion was. Specifically, it looks like an old, almost run-down house. And with with your perception checks, you can see like peeling wallpaper and what could be different framed pictures on the walls, and you see several doors. But you also hear very, very distantly the sound of something that could be a radio or television show.
Okay.
Is this what made that noise? It's just Professor asking.
Okay, yeah, as soon as you say that, you hear another fucking voice. Because Lofter did tell you that someone was waiting out here. Hang on, I gotta pull up his stupid fucking reference. I also hate doing his voice because he's because of how he sounds. Also, I'm spoiling this for Scopo.
There he is!
There he be!
The worst fucking outfit I have ever drawn. He looks like he's cosplaying. Actually, let me make sure that I pull it up on OBS.
Like anyone looking at Moria will see her visibly pause for a moment and then continue onwards.
Yeah,
You're seeing this guy?
oh yeah, this is, Arsene would definitely know, like, just from, like, voice and posture and, like, bravado, that this is Courtney.
Yeah, because our son's used to seeing their, the Corey versions of them, right?
Yeah, again,
Yeah.
With you have a high, passive perception, you would also be able to see that, the cast shadow, that is, like, spread out on the floor is of their, more, like, Corey designs.
Would Professor?
Yes. you
Cool.
would.
Yeah. Would Moria be able to see her passive perceptions 18?
Yeah. So that's
Cool.
This is Courtney, and he says, Professor asked if that part of the hall was what made that noise, and I have fucking notes.
Say the line of it.
Like, he had been standing on, like, on the other side of, like, of the door, where, so, like, you guys are looking down the hall to, like, what had made the noise, and then he's on the other side behind y'all, and he's just, there you are!
Yeah, here's like, there's that noticeable pause from Moria, and then she looks around like, would you be Courtney by any chance?
Sorry, I completely, it was skimming over my notes, and I forgot that, like, one of the things I wrote down word for word is, oh yeah, baby, it's Courtney time!
Oh
I
no.
did this!
Amazing. I think our son looks at Courtney and it's just interesting choice of outfit. Hey Courtney.
I didn't exactly pick this out myself.
Just gave me something terrible!
Oh no.
Which is a pause, and there's no way Lofter chose that outfit for you.
I certainly hope he didn't. Said with so much betrayal in his voice. Moria, you don't need an insight roll to pick up on the fact that, oh boy, there is bad blood between Lofter and Courtney.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Moria will just simply nod and then pause before, like, putting a hand out. I would be Moria. Nice to meet you.
Hang on, I took a bite out of my food. He takes your hand and shakes it incredibly enthusiastically. oh my god, I think he says, yes, lovely to finally meet you, in person. And then he just fucking launches into a goddamn ramble. Because, Courtney is, Azumi's, headmate. He knows about you, Moria.
Oh my goodness.
He is very talkative. And he thinks highly of you.
Oh. Oh man, if he ends up complimenting her, like, y'all are gonna see that she's gonna be blushing a bit.
Aww.
Courtney, you do get a smile from Moria when you let her hand go.
Yeah. Like I said, he's shaking it very, like, enthusiastically, probably the entire time he was talking to you before he finally remembers to let go. If anybody looks towards, Lopter, he has rolled his eyes and just kind of, like, walked off.
Mhm.
No.
Oh.
Well, hello.
I hate doing this voice, by the way. I trapped myself into doing this.
Whoa.
And it's
Rip.
and it's so hard for me to do Courtney because of how enthusiastic he is.
Mhm.
So I think he's just, and yes, the professor. Lovely to meet you as well. Probably get the same fucking treatment that Moria did.
Aw, yeah. The professor will match his energy, shaking his hand.
Lopter with one hand in his face, and he's just like, I don't know this man.
Our son kind of just pat on Lopter's shoulder.
Still, like, giving me low-key blues training because, oh man, she's not used to getting, like, like, what do I call this? Like, the fact that, Courtney thinks so highly of her and said it out loud at her face. This is not a bad thing, mind you. She's feeling a little shy. She'll be fine.
If Professor gets complimented, he just looks kind of smug.
Goodness.
Well, we've got both of you here now.
Yes, see him, like, looking in Lopter's direction and then, like, looking away. Lopter did admit that they had an argument right before this game.
Yeah.
So, like, there is tension and it is thick.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Our son is probably a little bit used to this. And can we try and get along for Shiro's sake? Or talk it out?
Lopter snorts at that. And he's just, well, I'll hold my own quips until this is all over.
Appreciated.
And then it's, Courtney's turn to, roll his eyes, and he's just, right, well, yes, this way then, and he points down the hall and is pointedly ignoring Lopter.
Professor is glancing between them, and as he is quickly getting the vibe between these two.
Yeah.
Argue and stuff, but like the specifics.
Honestly, at this point, Moria is like Moria would have taken the like while these two were like this, was just gauging Camille's reaction, and it's just okay, this is normal between them. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's nothing new to. It's nothing new to Arsene, though. I do think I remember they normally try not to do it as much around him.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so he's just probably heads on over to talk to Courtney a bit to gauge what exactly they were arguing about this time and if there's any way to resolve it.
Moria's going to follow them, like Courtney's anyways leading them forwards, yeah?
Yeah. How should I put this? The argument, Arsene, at least as much as you can pick up from, was about this. Like this entire situation.
Yeah.
Courtney tells you, that it was mostly on like this specific method feels to Lopter very unorthodox, and he doesn't like the idea of people just snooping around in Azumi's head, especially when this head is already so crowded. But Courtney is definitely of the belief that they need to get this like entire mental health thing TM figured out as soon as possible. So if this works, this is probably the best chance that they have. But Arsene, you know these two.
Yeah.
You, especially considering the tension that is so thick, you can probably cut it. There was probably a lot of the blame game.
Yeah, that. Yeah, that's fair. I guess.
Like, we wouldn't have even got to this point if you hadn't blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And, like, Courtney isn't saying it, Lopter is towards the back of the group, but you have enough context to put that together yourself.
Yeah.
Professor's gonna try, like, gently tugging some of the strings on the wall. He's curious about that. Does that do anything?
You try to tug on them, they are taut. Like, you can poke at them, but, like, they, for the most part, do not move. And yeah, no, like, Lopter kind of just makes a snide remark. It's like, probably not a good idea.
Perhaps.
Can, like, if there is a good moment in the conversation, Moria is actually going to ask Courtney, is there, like, anything in particular this group should avoid when, like, going through here trying to help with this?
He,
Only everything.
winces. Yeah, like, you're asking Courtney, so at least he has, like, a bit more leniency than Lofter. But, like, Courtney is just... This area is, very pained. very, very pained tone, and he's just, I believe it is a bit representative of Azumi's childhood. It was not pretty. There is
No.
a specific memory that you may come across, and it will be particularly gruesome.
Mm.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know.
That's
Well-
also my DM hint that
Yeah.
yeah, there is a specific memory that was talked about earlier in the game. There is a chance you will be able to find it.
Okay, yeah.
I will give you another heads up when you are up close to it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, or Moria will thank Courtney for the warning.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But like speaking of this area, this house area is shabby.
Mm.
Azumi and his mother were not the wealthiest, especially after Endo left.
Mm-hmm.
Who rolled the highest perception? Was that
Arsene.
Arson?
yeah.
Okay.
Disgusting Persepi boy.
Disgusting perceptive boy. Like even as like you guys walk forward and you realize like how kind of run down this house area is. You know how Professor told you that Azumi's mother was in an area where she was kind of like shunned for having a child out of wedlock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You get this feeling of like do you know that feeling that like you're being talked about behind your back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Fun. Yeah.
Comes with his own bad vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So there's that. There's also a lot of like pictures, framed pictures on the walls. Most of them are of a very, very young Azumi. The oldest he looks in these pictures might be about 5 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
And a lot of them do look like he's very happy and playful. And he's in some of them he's playing with like toys that look like they could be from like superhero or sci-fi shows.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Camille and Professor, you remember that like one of the things you found in Azumi's old apartment was that toy gun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's always had that fondness, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. You do see pictures of Azumi's mother as well, but she is still very obscured and you can't make out her face. But you do get the impression that in some of them, she is smiling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, despite their situation, she still cared
Yeah.
very much for Azumi.
Mm-hmm.
And there are
Mm.
some of both. But yeah. There are also plenty of doors.
Mm-hmm. You know,
Okay.
Professor's gonna go to one of the doors.
Okay, roll me a D3.
Okay.
I have a couple of options for you to pick from.
Let's see. That's a 2. All right, actually, I need to step off for like 5 seconds to let my cat out because he is causing trouble.
Oh yeah, all right.
Kitty crimes.
Kitty crimes. Honestly, my cats have been looking at me in the way that suggests that they want out as well.
Yeah. I let Maki out earlier, so I might have to check if she wants to put back in.
Oh, fair.
Okay. Cat has been booted.
Kitty crimes.
Yeah,
Cat
crimes.
crimes.
he got tired of chilling on the bed.
All right. So you got a 2. So you open a door.
Mhm.
It is like it almost looks like a living room of this like house area. The only thing of note is the sound of a radio that's playing, and it's playing this like theme music, and it's very, very enthusiastic, very, very heroic and actiony. Lots of sound effects and overdramatic voice acting. Camille,
Yeah,
you know what this is.
I was
sure
going.
does.
I was going
So
to
is
ask
Moria.
Yeah, I was going to. Is this Neil Fetterman? I think there are 2 people here who would recognize it.
Yeah, it is absolutely Neo Angel Feather Rangers.
Fantastic.
However, it is a very, very early episode. So chances are the 2 of you probably don't recognize the contents of said episode.
Mhm.
But yeah, you.
Arsene and Moria like sharing a look of, oh, we know what this is.
Oh god, I'm so glad this happened.
Mhm.
Professor glancing back at them like, sounds entertaining.
It is.
Our son looks like
It's a very good show.
it is a good show, but he does. He is known for being super into murder mysteries, and you know,
He's a teenager. He's not allowed to like kid things.
yeah.
What I find really funny is Moria, who's at this point 50, just went, yeah, it is.
Yeah,
No shame.
Like
Yeah.
this is just straight up a bootleg Power Rangers.
Power Rangers.
Yeah.
So if you like Power Rangers,
Honestly, like, if Arsene is still looking away, Moria might tell the prof, honestly, if you come sometime and it's on the TV, like, stay around to watch. It's fun.
All right.
but that's all that's in that room.
There's like nothing else. Like, should we roll perception or?
I mean, I do have a couple of other doors that you can get to. I just had like 3 really funny ones. Well,
yeah,
really funny. I had like a couple of set up.
Yeah.
This was the funniest option.
Nice.
Yeah, I think to change the topic, Arsene's just gonna go open up another door.
Okay, well,
Nice.
me too.
Yeah, sure.
Alright.
Okay. That means okay.
Less funny option, huh?
Oh boy.
Nothing is as funny as the Neo Feather Rangers. You open up the store, Arsene, and it is a bedroom. A child's bedroom. Unfortunately, a lot of the details in this room are slowly fading away. A lot of it is like mostly larger things, such as furniture and like a bed and such. But everything else is like kind of vague. If there was like decorations in here, you get a feeling that Azumi doesn't quite remember them. There are a lot of toys though.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Like a lot of toys. Out of character, I want to note to y'all that in one of the confidant events in Persona 5 Royal, Azumi does mention that like one of his earliest memories is running around with a toy pretending to be a superhero.
Oh, man.
It's so sweet.
So that's all that's in this one.
Professor's just kind of looking
Okay.
at the faded spots, being like, memory's a funny thing.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Can do.
Art's
Moria. Moria will open the last door.
So you know how I said that like the the Feather Rangers was like the funniest thing you could have gotten. This is the most sad TM I think you could have gotten. This room is lit by a sunset in the window. The blinds are still up, but there is a figure standing there. And I need to find a picture. I did not draw this guy because I did not want to. I was already drawing so much.
Yeah.
Fair, yeah,
Give
no
me a second
worries.
to find him. Where is the game? Okay. And I'm spoiling it for Scopo because it is straight out of Persona.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That pecker.
Yeah, this pecker.
Oh.
They're, how should I put it? Ursen.
He looks so creepy.
Arsen, you were looking over, old, very, very old, newspaper clippings of like, not Azumi's cases, but Naoya Shirahata's cases, when you were in Azumi's, apartment. One of which was about the arrest of a man, who had committed a serial kidnapping and murder.
Oh yeah.
And you had pieced together that the culprit was Azumi's uncle.
Yep.
Yeah, we did that in Haunt My Own House.
Yeah. I want to say that I don't know if it would be like standard to have like a mugshot in a newspaper. At the very least, there probably was like mention some sort of picture of him because
Yeah.
At the time he was like a junior police detective.
It might have been his like badge picture then or something even.
Yeah.
Just like, hey, this is what he looks like.
Yeah. So even though the details of this specific memory are hazy, they are a bit more clear than the memory of Azumi's mother. In fact, as you open the door, this memory, you don't think he recognizes you as like who you are, he kind of just, like, brightens up, gives you a goofy smile, and, like, waves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Man.
So yeah, you have found Azumi's uncle.
Moria doesn't have the context, but I
Yeah.
sure do, and man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professor is like kind of grimacing, but he he steps up to this person. Hello.
Before you even, like, say anything,
Hmm.
Lopter does kind of pipe up, and it's just a memory. Likely won't have anything worthwhile to say, especially considering the circumstances.
He nods.
Okay.
And
Is
Moria still
there-
doesn't have context.
Yeah, she doesn't. But
Does
well,
she
dear,
look like she needs context?
yeah, like
Uh,
he does not recognize this guy
who
at
is
all.
this man?
Who is this twink?
Like on her own end, she presumes this is someone Azumi is related to. But aside from that,
Yeah.
she got information on the Persona 5 gang, not the Persona 4 gang.
No, you did not.
Yeah, so Arsene will kind of just explain that, yeah, this is Azumi's uncle. Oh. Okay, sorry, there's a freighter making the honk outside.
I did not
No
hear it.
worries.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, same here.
It is still going, by the way.
Oh,
Okay. But yeah, so yeah, Son will kind of just lean over and go, that's Jiro's uncle. He got arrested for serial kidnapping and murder.
I see.
Later than this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have members of your family that are serial murderers.
Looks at you, looks at Camille.
Yeah. He can't help it, okay?
I mean,
It's not his fault that he's
if you didn't want to become part of my found family, you should have killed me when you could at the assassin. But
Does
like Moria gives Camille a nod, and she's going to casually file this away. Oh man.
I think Moria has a copy of the book that inspired. That was like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
Arsene
she
also
does.
has a copy of that book given to him by Azumi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Moria has a copy of that book too. So just, okay.
yeah, I don't know if Moria has the context to piece it together with that book in particular. But Arsene will kind of just go like, it's a complicated situation.
O'Meal, you were saying
Fair
something.
enough.
You were saying
Oh.
something.
Does he react at all to Professor's presence?
Not in a way that you were probably hoping to. You get the impression that if he is, like, interacting with you, it is more so that, like, he is interacting with what would have been a young Azumi.
It's like playing out like a hologram, kind of, and he's just in the spot, sort
Yeah.
of. Hmm.
I do apologize. I'm going to need a moment.
Okay. Yeah. No problem.
Kitties.
Kitties.
Ah, yes.
Kitties.
So many pet crimes
So
today.
many pet crimes. I do think if Professor asks the others, because he did ask this in Hot My Own House.
Yeah.
Adoru is Azumi's uncle on his mother's side.
Ah, okay. Yeah, no, he had asked that.
Here we
He
go.
wasn't sure if
Back
it mattered.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello, the boys have been booted out. All is well.
Nice.
But yeah,
So like,
at the very least, Okori would have told you that, like, yeah, that's his relation to Azumi.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Professor probably was like, so which one, if it matters, but
Yeah. No.
okay. So yeah, Morsky, you missed that little tidbit. This is his uncle on his mother's side specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Professor had been curious about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Casually slapping this onto stuff our characters know. Oh man.
Professor will turn to Lopter and Courtney. Was he kind to him?
Yes.
He nods. All right.
There was more that Lopter would have probably said, but God.
I mean, does he want to? Because
if not Lopter,
We
Courtney
push you.
probably would. Well, upon retrospect, I don't think he was blind to the situation that Azumi's mother was in.
and did he help?
As best as he could, but I don't know much about Azumi's grandparents, but from what I've been able to piece together, it did not seem like they cared much for either of them.
I see. Well, that is unfortunate.
They looked rather young too.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't an easy situation.
Unfortunately, can be like that. In a society like that, sometimes it's easier to cut contact than it is to.
Make amends.
He nods.
Sometimes that is the case.
And people, even kind people, can be selfish.
Do you know why he did it? What was his motivation? I don't remember if I got that.
In regards to
his murders and stuff.
Oh, for Adoru?
Yeah.
Courtney looks to Lopter. Lopter shakes his head, and Courtney also shakes his head.
Would our son know that? Or would that be like...
Like, would it have been in the
Because
book?
he did
Like-
read the book, and he might have
I'm trying to decide.
looked into the real case. So up to you.
I'm trying to decide. I think this could be something that could be like a history or investigation.
All right,
Okay.
all right. Time to roll then.
Yeah, can Moria try rolling history as well?
I think it would only get half the picture because
Yeah.
your only context would have been the book.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
Oh yeah.
it would probably be a bit hard to connect book to person unless the book outright stated the person.
Who was who? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
since the book would probably like change the likeness and all that.
Mhm.
So they can make a
Mhm.
guess.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
well, they
unfortunately,
can theorize.
kidnapping serial murders aren't too.
Uncommon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
Mhm.
I look at this party like. So, some of us have definitely been. Well, some of our characters have definitely been kidnapped before.
yeah,
Not gonna
like,
lie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like kidnapping murders happen, so it would probably take a good bit to be able to bridge the book and the person together unless you're told the
Yeah.
I'm not rolling because I just established that Professor doesn't
Alright.
know.
Yeah, do you want history or investigation for arson specifically?
I mean, you did snoop around. If you said you snooped around in this case, you can do investigation.
He is a nosy bitch.
Yeah.
That isn't.
Nice.
In that case,
Oh wow.
you get to have an even more disgusting roll.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Yo, nice.
So here's what you get. This is a combo of both poking at the case itself and also having read the book.
Mm-hmm.
How should I put this? Fuafuki is a small countryside town. There is not a lot to do. To the point where it can get very boring if you're from a more populated area.
Mm-hmm.
That, combined with the fact that Courtney did just say that there was implication that Azumi's grandparents did not get along well with Adoru or his mother.
Yeah.
It would not be hard to guess that there was pressure put on Adoru by his parents to be an achiever, and he just kind of just snapped in the situation that he was in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think our son will share that with the class.
Cool. Alrighty.
Yeah, Professor just sort of looks at Adoru and like nods thoughtfully.
Yeah, so that Rory can probably put it together from that.
Mm. Yeah.
Because that has a lot more specific information. Yeah, so
Shame.
fucked.
Mm.
There's a J in the Azumi family tree.
Yeah.
Man.
It's
I
kind of
don't-
fucked up.
Yeah.
That it is.
I don't think we're gonna get anything useful out of this chump, so let's move on.
Fun fact, in Persona 4, specifically Persona 4 Golden, there is an interaction between the protag, Adachi, and the protagonist's younger cousin because he's staying with his uncle and the cousin. And one day the uncle couldn't like be home for dinner, so Adachi offered to help them cook dinner. And it was really, really cute. Because he starts saying stew as shoe. And Nanako just starts like giggling like, no, it's stew.
Oh.
Oh.
So like that should like give you a kind of idea of what Azumi's relationship with Uncle Adoru was like.
Man.
Yeah. But there is another door you can enter, and I promise this one is the actual puzzle room.
Okay.
Let me close this tab. You open a door, and if you remember where you heard that like very distinct like radio noise, it sounds like it's coming in from this room. Funnily enough, you open the door and it's a another hallway, but it looks like an actual real hallway, not conjured by the mindscape, despite it still being like high contrast black and white. You get a feeling that this is the actual memory of the real house.
Ah, okay.
But
less abstract.
But
There are more details and such.
yeah. As soon as you step inside, though, the sound is gone. And looking up and down the hall just leads to a shadowed end. And directly across from you, from the door you've just opened, there is another door. And you hear the sound of just dripping water.
Ominous.
Okay.
Professor glances at the other two and just sort of like jerks his head towards the door like, let's go?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Moria will take a step forward.
You take a step forward as if to open the door, and you immediately hear, no.
Okay.
If you look to the side where that voice came from.
Oh no!
Oh. Oh.
Hello, dear.
Standing there is a very, very tiny young Azumi. He's very small. Rough guesstimate, 5 years. And he is tied up in these red strings. And he is how should I put this? He very much does not want you to open that door.
Distressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moria's reaction is, well, okay. Is there a different way forwards that would be better?
Kind of shuffles shyly.
She gives she'll give him time, like she gives him time, like she waits patiently.
Yeah, I think Arsene's probably going to slowly approach, like, hey, it's okay. You can talk to us.
Take your time.
Um, you see this little kid, Azumi, just kind of, again, shuffle nervously. Before he kind of, like, glances between the three of you and then looks towards the door and then looks back to the three of you, and he just kind of quietly, he just says, Mom's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Okay.
my DM way of telling you, like, yeah, this is your last chance. If you don't want to, like, see it, that's the door.
Okay.
And he looks, very, very distressed, by this. He doesn't want to, open that door, at all.
Mm.
Man.
Unfortunately, Professor is of the mind that this is probably something that needs to be done.
Of course he
Yeah, like, honestly, the impression I'm getting is that, like, Arsene and Moria are with little Azumi and trying to comfort him, and Prof goes behind them to open the door.
Yeah, I think, honestly, let's see. Let me roll something, I guess.
Oh?
What are you rolling, you stinky detective man?
Yeah. Professor is
Oh.
definitely like looking like he's about to reach for the door. So
Oh, actually, you know what Moria's gonna do?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so her sleight of hand isn't the best, but she's gonna give a little. She's gonna try and make a little origami crane for little Azumi.
that's so cute. Oh,
Yeah, she does really well too.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
taking it.
He's now.
He's kind of fidgeting with it. Kind of like, you know how, like, when you pull it, the wings kind of flap? He's doing that, like, kind of fidgeting with it.
Mm-hmm.
What Arson get?
I was gonna do a thing, but then many things happened.
It's up
So
to you.
I may need a moment. Like
to think.
I might need a out of character moment real quick.
Oh, so
Yeah,
do you want to,
yeah.
like, take, like, a quick break, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take, like, 5 minutes, is that good?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Take a
Cool,
break.
cool.
I'm gonna
Be
do a quick
right
ED.
Yee.
back. Yes.
Honestly, just I guess real quick, if you're still here. Oop, never mind.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just muting so I can eat.
Oh, fair. Just simply, I think the origami paper would have been blue.
Wow, I'm good.
Oh, well.
Got a little blue paper crane.
Eee. Like, especially with how the colors are in Azumi's mindscape, just something that stands out a little more too, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's very cute.
Heck yeah.
God, this little picture of baby Azumi.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
also share the colored version
Oh,
in the picture
Uh-huh.
gallery real quick, because it was very... My goal was to make y'all weep over
Yeah.
how
I mean,
baby
you're
he
succeeding
is.
in it. You're
He is.
succeeding in it.
Yeah.
Like, man. Little guy.
Little guy.
Little guy. Hmm.
It's like the Moria in my head wants to pick him up, you know?
Oh my god, Professor wants to as well.
These two are.
Child spotted.
Yeah, child spotted. This is their kid.
Yes. Repressed child.
Mm. Want to hold.
Hold him gently.
Hold him gentle.
I'm just looking at all those strings on him too, like,
Yeah.
man,
Haha.
man,
Haha.
shakes you, shakes you harder.
Hmm.
Boy, I'm being shaken.
You are, yes.
Looking at the placement of the strings on him, that actually kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I drew them at random, I'm sorry.
No, like, that's valid. But also,
Oh,
like,
that one was not. That specific one was not. Also, who's fucking calling me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's the one I meant.
Mm.
I looked over in Bash, and then somebody was just I played Tears of the Kingdom for 16 hours straight and then promptly passed out.
Oh,
Oh, I think I know who that is exactly.
Call out post, you know who you are.
Yeah. Yusuf. Oh,
Would
you like a single piece of advice?
Yeah. I work at a Target because of course I do. And for the past couple of days I was not working on the check lanes. I was doing self-checkout and the service desk. I did not know how much Tears of the Kingdom sold at my store. But I got a very good idea yesterday because when you get in games from Target, they're in like those like magnetized boxes, and you have to like
yes.
When we check them out, we have to demagnetize them and open them.
Yes. I literally bought it this morning. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, we keep the we keep those like little magnetized boxes at the register, and then like every so often someone will come by and like pick them up and put them away where the tech department can grab them.
Yeah, and re put something else in them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like going through the different check lanes and picking up like all those boxes, and there was a lot specifically for like the video games.
Yeah, figures.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I went up to the desk in like the tech section and I was like, "Hey, could you open the video game cabinet?" And he was like, "Legend of Zelda." And I was like, "Yeah." And he just went behind him. He had like 3 ready like on deck, like out of the cabinet in their individual boxes so he could just grab it. And I was like, "That's pretty smart."
Yeah, no, I knew someone who did that with the Switch release for Persona 5 Royal at our location.
Nice.
And like the 2 different Pokemon games that came out recently.
Yeah, smart move.
Yeah. He knew exactly what I wanted.
I know what you're here for.
Yeah. Oh. By the way, Abby, this game's been a lot of fun. I hope you know that.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Mhm.
I'm so glad y'all are having fun.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I did go fucking overboard with like all the fucking problems Azumi has.
Well, this is your one chance to like symbolize everything in this boy's fucking head.
A bullet point list, and I'm hitting every single one of those points.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
just like, you gotta fucking help him.
Yeah.
I mean that is why they're all here. They are all here to help them, help him, and by goodness, we're gonna do our best.
Yeah. God, I just scrolled up again, and by reflex, I clicked on the picture, and I was like, I'm gonna read out what I said in the chat because like I don't even have scopophobia, and I don't like how this fool is looking at me. But specifically, Adoru, the persona picture of him. Dislike.
Oh god, I only played through. I only saw a playthrough of Persona 4 Golden, like, once. And on God, I was so suspicious of Adoru.
Mm-hmm.
The moment I saw him.
Yeah.
Because
Like-
I'd already seen, like, Persona 5, like, 3 times through.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, like, over 100 hours each.
Nice.
Oh, something is hitting my door. I think Maki might be here.
Oh, fair and valid.
Yep, it's Maki. But, like, the thing about Adoru,
Mm-hmm.
in the game, like, he's supposed to be, like, a young, like, I think a junior detective at the police station,
Yeah.
which, the protagonist's uncle also works at.
Mm-hmm.
So, technically speaking, Adoru works under the protagonist's uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he portrays himself as such a bumbling fool.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah.
I don't know how this, like, generic anime man, like, portrait just, like, is giving me the heebie-jeebies, but it is. Whatever they did to make him seem subtly creepy, it's working.
There is another image of him. I think it's the way he's, like, doing that half smile.
Yeah.
But also,
Yeah.
this was I think it was a promotional pic for,
Oh, and you know what? His pupils are pretty small. That's kind of like at least in some styles, kind of a hint towards, like,
yeah. And if you look in the gallery, I posted another picture of him.
That expression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's I'm up to something. Or I've got a secret.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I know
so it's been a while since I've seen Persona 4, but like a lot of the time when you see him, he's a bit of a wet towel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I told you that, like, some of his sorry. There's a meme in the Persona fandom to just, like, redraw the portraits, but, like, bold.
Yeah.
No.
Terrible, thank you.
Put it back.
Terrible.
But
He doesn't have any eyebrows. At least give him eyebrows.
They said no. Also, I did say that, like, some of his other portraits are worse.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so you can, like, this is an entire grid of them.
Oh, cursed.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh, no. Bad to look at.
Terrible to look at.
Fletcher, you good?
Fletch did
I
DM
think
me.
the end.
Fletch did DM me. He is taking a bit of a walk around the house and getting some
Okay.
some water.
Got it.
Valid.
Just taking a moment.
Yeah.
And to be fair, we've been going for a few hours now, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, about 3.5.
Yeah. Maybe I'll get some tea on our next break.
Yeah.
I'm like I'm halfway through my current cup.
I mean, if you
Or
wanna... Oh, I kept the baby Azumi picture on OBS for way too long.
Oops.
Oh, it's okay. Everyone can be graced with baby Azumi while they're listening to us.
Yeah.
Baby boy.
Baby, it's like seeing Camille. Not gonna lie.
They sure did reverse
Yeah.
positions.
Yeah. I think it would be great if our son got to hold baby Camille. Wait, no, baby Azumi. I'm awake, I swear.
Oh, I felt that.
Not gonna lie, it's like making me think, man, like I need to redraw Moria's reference, but at some point for fun I should draw how she looked like when she was 20 and when she was a little kid.
Oh,
For fun.
yeah. Yeah.
Fun and enrichment.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, I need to redraw my ref too. It's been years.
Mood.
Yeah, it's been a while now.
Who has the
Like-
time though?
Who has the time?
Who has the energy?
Yeah. I'll get around to it.
Yeah, I'm like, I got multiple things on my drawing list. I've just been super tired recently, despite like having the time. So
Yeah, no, that's valid. That's valid.
there is stuff I want to draw, like hugs
Yes.
or silly things.
Yeah.
But I'm tired, sleepy.
Yeah. Ugh.
Probably in the background of y'all cooing over baby Zumi and Professor reaching for the door.
Yeah.
Courtney probably said something. Oh, Fletch.
Oh.
Courtney probably said something like a snide remark to Lopter, and Lopter just blew smoke in his face.
Well, so long as the two quarry aren't like getting into a dust cloud fight in the background, it's probably
I'm
fine.
gonna be real, the smoke almost did it. Courtney is this close, but the fingers are like almost touching.
Oh goodness, just like a millimeter off.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is just funny though, like in one corner, cheering up child, on the other corner.
Lopter and Courtney's comedic duo shtick.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And in the third corner, the professor is about to open up the secrets.
Can of worms.
I am so sorry, Azumi.
I mean, I can't say Azumi didn't expect this. He knows the kind of people you guys are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I point to Professor's attitude of sometimes in order to uh heal up like a broken bone, you've got to re-break it first to set it right. Like sometimes you got to go through some pain in order to uh get things going the way they're supposed to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, I guess, like, I think I'm not. Well, we don't know how aware Azumi is of things right now, but I get the feeling if he could see the current scene of what's happening in the three corners, I don't think he'd be surprised.
No, I think he'd be like face palming, like, oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. Anyway.
That's all right.
Oh boy, we're just theorizing. We're just commentating.
Yes.
Oh God.
Can't wait to see what the consequences are. I say, sweating nervously.
I mean, you found Azumi. He's right there. He's a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting comfort. He's gotten that little blue crane.
Yeah.
Honestly, Moria's probably like crouched down to be more level with him as she gave him the crane. Just this is child.
I mean, yeah. Not only that, it's Moria's child.
Exactly. It's still killing me in a good way that like it was noted down carrying this position. Like, oh, cool.
Not only that, he noted it as refreshing but unsettling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Buddy is so removed from the concept of like intimacy and care that
Yeah, like
it gives him like heebie-jeebies.
Just that most of the adults in his life by now have been as such that when there's someone actively being nice and looking out for him, like, it's nice, it's refreshing, it's also unsettling for him, which, like, thanks, you're killing me. You're killing Moria too.
I mean, at the very least, Moria did get that confirmation that Azumi appreciates it.
Yeah, and like she'll continue doing it.
Yeah,
it's just because he's so starved of any form of like positive
adult affirmation.
Yeah. It's going to take him a while to get used to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a few better examples in his life now.
Yeah. And
I won't say they're the best examples for all sorts of things, but for at least several qualities, they are pretty good examples.
I can't believe that. Of all the people he could have gotten attached to, he got attached to the professor.
I know, it's so funny.
It's great. It's great. Picking of all the adults Azumi got attached to, we got the Doctor Who X-Spy, the Professor, and then we got Moria, who's from X-Spy Project Moonverse. Like, of all the people.
Yeah.
The the fact that these three can handshake on like certain messed up things too.
Uh-huh. Oh man. Honestly, that probably helps just because like these two
Yeah.
adults are not
They're not normal.
no, yeah, they're not put off by some of the weird shit in his life.
Yeah, like they get it. They've been through it themselves to an
Yeah.
extent.
Yeah.
Which yeah.
That does help a ton.
Mm.
Azumi's just kind of a dork.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Oh, yeah, man, something that I was reminded as well, like looking through all of this. At this point as well, like Azumi and Camille would be aware that Moria was an orphan herself, so
Mm.
while the system I imagine is fairly different in the metropolis,
Probably.
Yeah.
yeah, like
Probably
she would
also bad, but in a different way.
Bad, but
yeah.
sideways.
Yeah.
Exactly, bad but sideways, but like she would get it.
Yeah, no, I did. I mentioned in the player chat, like while I was planning out the game, there I was trying to look for a very specific bit about Japanese sociocultural thing because it provides a lot of context to Akechi as a character. And it was this hour-long fucking video specifically about Goro Akechi. And the sociocultural background that like led to him doing what he did. Oh my god, is the child institution in Japan like just fucked?
Ooh dear.
Yeah.
Man, like like in the United States, like ours has flaws. It's messed up. It's kind of fucked up. But like I get the vibe that there's
Yeah, well, the thing is like I forgot how to pronounce it, so somebody's probably gonna have to correct me later. There is like this form of like documentation that Japan has where like everything is registered on this I think it's called Kos I cannot pronounce it. I am so so sorry to any Japanese listeners. But like everything is registered under that like documentation, including like stuff like marriages, businesses, family stuff, inheritance. In fact, when a couple gets married, the wife's documentation gets incorporated into the husband's. So that means like the entire family would be registered as the husband's family. But like because Akechi was born
right.
out of wedlock.
Yeah.
He was registered under his mom's documentation, and because this documentation is like I think it was like publicly available with some caveats or something, everybody could find that out. Anybody could find out that he was a bastard child, basically.
Right. If you look at him and the God, I forget the word that's the opposite of a dependent, like with regard to insurance and stuff. But like the main person is not the father, then something's up. Man, that sucks.
Yeah.
Not only that, apparently adoption doesn't really happen that much, at least not as much as it does in like more Western societies
Mm-hmm.
than it does in like Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, most of the time, if you are adopting, it is because you need like a male heir.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
Um, but because
Yeah.
because adoption doesn't like happen a lot,
Mm-hmm.
what that leads to is crowded orphanages and
Of course.
foster systems, and
Yeah.
not enough caretakers.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, actually, we had that problem in the US in the 1800s,
Yeah.
because most of them were in New York, East Coast, that's where all the immigrants were and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And their solution was something called the orphan train, which was literally, we're going to ship a lot of these New York orphans to homes and, orphanages farther out west. Like, just we are running out of space. And, like, in the United States, you can do that. You can move them, what would later be maybe 5 or 6 states over by train.
Mm-hmm.
Japan is an island.
Japan is a
Oh.
island country.
Yeah. There's not as much space to spread out.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And
Hello.
Hi.
hey, welcome back.
Doing okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing my best.
I
at
love you
least.
so much.
I pat you gently.
Don't worry, we were talking about socio-cultural context to Persona 5 Royal and Goro Ukechi.
Yeah.
You know what? Fair.
Oh, also the conclusion that it would be really cute if Arsene got to hold mini Azumi.
All about that.
Oh boy.
I was
Doing
actually
the fucking... What's he doing?
I was actually going to do a thing, but then everyone sort of went very fast.
Mm-hmm.
Cause
Oh, sorry.
yeah, like seeing as this is a mindscape and the rules here are a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
And he is trying to interact with a little baby child, so he's currently focused on how to be non-threatening to baby child.
Mm-hmm.
It means that currently he is also baby child.
Oh.
Oh,
We're back to Camille, everybody.
Yeah. To make things even more confusing, it's back to Camille. So yeah, kind of just you blink and suddenly it's Camille again as he's like approaching Izumi and trying to talk to him gently and figure out what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
mm.
Are you asking anything in specific?
Yeah, he's probably trying to get more information on you know what exactly is behind that door and why Izumi is so stressed by it.
I'm so sorry to say, Baby Azumi does not want to talk about it.
Yeah, like he's not going at it like an interrogation, but like he's going to try and get info in a roundabout way, like asking like, is your mother okay?
Oh,
Type questions.
oh, if you're asking it like that, I think what you get is a very very distressed. She She's gone.
She's gone?
And he kind of just nods at that.
Okay.
Alright. Insight time.
Also, Professor, I know you're like going towards the door. I have not
Mhm.
forgotten.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you are going towards the door, Camille is going to send you a glare because you wait until you have all the cards, old man.
Okay, but this is a really funny image because, like, at this point, Moria's crouched down, yeah? with
Yeah.
the kids, and I'm just imagining Camille shooting that glare over her shoulder at the prof.
Mhm. Yeah, like Moria's doing little paper crane stuff since that does take a while. Like even if you get a 21, that does take a while.
Oh, yeah.
Professor is moving towards the door.
Mhm.
Camille's glaring at Professor and then going back to looking over at baby Zumi.
Professor just looks kind of stubborn.
Camille just he just continues to glare at Professor, signs wait, and then turns back to baby Zumi.
Okay, that's a 20 on insight. How should I put this? Big red letters, orphan, with an arrow pointing towards baby Zumi, but also baby Azumi is young.
Mm-hmm.
And you do know
He said she's in there, and he said she's gone.
yeah.
Yeah.
And with the context that Professor had given you earlier about Azumi's mom, it might not be that hard for you because you are a detective.
Yeah.
Azumi, at 5 years old, was the first one to find her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's great.
Yeah. Shall I say this is about the time Moria is able to finish that paper crane
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
give it to Mini Azumi?
Mhm.
Yeah, and he'll take it and kind of absent-mindedly fiddle with it. Doing anything else with baby Zumi?
Camille will probably you know, make sure Moria's on the same page as him, and then he's going to he'll say that he'll keep an eye on baby Zumi because
Alright.
Yeah.
yeah, he is going to for once make a good decision regarding his mental health because putting the pieces he's put the pieces together, and
Mhm.
I look
Yeah.
over some things in Detective Conan, and he'll just watch after little kid,
Okay.
Yeah.
little baby child.
You also...
Buddy's still be 17.
Yeah.
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 With the 20, I do think you would be able to pick up on this as well. This entire time baby Azumi has not cried. He's just very visibly upset. But no tears. Not yet.
Man.
Mhm.
Is nobody else going with the professor, or is he just on his own?
Like,
If
Camille's
Camille's gonna stay, then like
yeah.
Yeah, I'm currently trying to think what Moria would do.
yeah, it's up to her whether she wants to come along or not, honestly.
Mm.
Yeah.
Professor isn't going to insist one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Oh yeah, no. I know this. I'm just currently shaking Moria and asking her to give me an answer. Mostly
Understandable.
Valid.
like the biggest feeling she's giving me right now is like cuz she's caught onto those implications
Yeah.
herself. And mostly she's just giving me a lot of concern for the kids and I'm like, "Girl, are you going to go or not?"
Mhm. Yeah, because Camille's managing himself, just he can keep baby entertained.
I mean, it would not surprise me if Moria is equipped to handle it because she's from Metropolis.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, no, she's equipped. I think what she does is she's going to give the kids some more of her paper. And she'll go with the prof.
Okay.
Arts and crafts time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that Camille is probably the one who takes the paper because Baby Azumi is still fiddling with the paper crane. In fact, as Professor goes to the door, looking like he's about to open it, I think Baby Azumi kind of just pulls Camille into a hug in the way where like you're like don't want to see it. So he's kind of like burying his face in your shoulder, Camille.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Camille's going to try and do his best. Since he is a baby, he does make the squeaky toy noise.
Oh.
For a little bit of levity. And sort of gently pets baby Zumi and is just, hey, it's okay. You don't have to look. Do you want to know how to make one of those? And he points at the crane.
You just kind of feel him nod.
Man,
In that case,
Distraction time.
distraction time.
I think with that, like the paper's been given to Camille, she stands up and she gives both of the kids a little hair ruffle before she's going to go over to where Professor is, and she'll give him a nod. She is ready.
Okay.
I think he's been like just waiting with his hand on the knob.
Yeah, in that case, you would have noticed that this door, the knob and the hinges especially look like they have not been used in years. This door has not been opened in years, so to speak.
Oh.
In fact, when you try to turn the knob, it's very, very stiff from disuse.
Yeah. He has a feeling he knows what this means.
Yeah.
That this memory has not been accessed either frequently or for some time, or both.
Yeah.
So it probably takes like a couple of like attempts of like just turning it. It's not locked, it's just ooh.
Yeah.
And the door opens, and just for the sake of recording, if anybody is sensitive to content warnings related to suicide and self-harm, now would probably be a good time to skip ahead, or if you're in the audience, deafen.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
It's just going to be a really quick scene. It should not take very long. The scene that you walk in on is like this. This is a bathroom. There is a dripping faucet. That's what that dripping water had been earlier. And sitting in the bathtub is a woman. You cannot see the details of her face. Again, her hair is covering it, and it's kind of just blurred. And she looks very, very ghostly. Almost like she is haunting Azumi's mind. Thank you, Iggy. And right away, because this is high contrast black and white with very little colors, and like those colors are like something that like can draw your attention. Her wrists and I think it's her forearm are there are several cuts that are just dripping with blood. The thing about it is yes, she is quote unquote dead, but she is still kind of a memory. So you do notice that like there's like a little bit of movement in the sense that like, oh, this is her Azumi's memory of her from what little he can remember, because he was very young when this happened. But yeah, that's her.
Okay.
Movement like it's moving, or
like a very slight twitching. There was like probably like the very slight acknowledgement that the door was open and someone was there.
Ooh, creepy.
Yeah, but like she doesn't say anything to you. In fact, if you have the feeling that if she did, you probably wouldn't have been able to hear her. That's how faded Azumi's memory of her is. It's this specific moment that sticks out the most in his mind. Because of how traumatic it was.
Yeah.
I think Professor will look around to make sure there's nothing else they need to take note of in this room.
Yeah, no, it's just her.
Okay.
Then he's going to give her a respectful bow and leave.
Yeah.
Would Prof like to do a quick insight on Moria?
Sure.
For funsies.
Whoa, nat 20.
Yo, nice! Ooh, man, something about bathtubs and red, man. Regardless, she will follow suit, like, in giving the lady a bow, and, she will exit the room.
Yeah, since Professor notices that, as he's closing the door, he gives Moria just like a soft pat on the shoulder.
She nods.
And yeah, if you're listening in the future, this is the part where we're out of that scene. TM. Nobody.
It's done.
Nobody in the audience deafened, so I don't have to put that notification. Holy shit.
Yeah. Like, if it's good, no worries.
It is early for some members of the audience.
Yeah. What a time to wake up.
Yeah.
You missed the big angst, TM.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say as well, like, if Prof's out, Moria is making sure to close the door properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you saw her, she sure was there, and you definitely know what Baby Azumi meant by that.
Yeah.
Um,
How are the kids doing currently?
Yeah.
How are the quarry doing, by the by?
Oh, Fletch wasn't here when I said this, but there was probably like a moment where Courtney made like a snide remark to Lopter, and Lopter blew smoke in his face. So now Courtney is like this close, but like the fingers are like almost touching.
Man, they really cannot play nice, huh?
No. um.
Mo-
I think-
Moria almost tempted to like get them to start making origami too.
I mean, Courtney has probably like kneeled down to like interact with the kids too.
Oh,
Lopter, however, it's taken on a more like
Aloof.
I more like a
Guard
protective-
dog?
Yes, guard dog.
yeah, like he's watching out for them.
Yeah. But yeah, Azumi is pointedly looking away from the door until it closes. And again, Camille, no tears.
Honestly, like, if the kids aren't doing too much at the moment, honestly, Moria might offer to pick both of them up. She has the strength for that.
I love her.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Would Camille and Mini Azumi be alright with that?
Yeah, I think Baby Azumi at least will like make grabby hands.
Yeah, I think Camille kind of just looks down at himself, sighs, and accepts it.
Like, congratulations, you have been picked up.
Yeah, while he's up, he will sort of, he'll sort of sign to ask if they found anything.
Signing, Professor will describe the scene.
Mm-hmm.
So he also knows what they found.
Yeah.
There's a nod, and he does kind of. There's a little bit of a frown, but he's doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
Glad that he
Okay.
did not witness it because,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
he is making good decisions for himself. Like,
God bless you, Camille.
Yeah.
Good. We love to see it. Though I suppose with that, there's another way down this corridor, yeah?
No. The hallway extends both way into darkness, so this is really all there is. I
Okay.
have been trying to like subtly hint at like what this puzzle is. I'm not sure if anybody's like picking up on it.
we could roll int real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to think and I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there was also big break, so
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah.
Although I do have an idea.
Oh?
Flattened?
Yeah, flatten.
Well, my idea might be irrelevant because Professor got a 3.
I mean,
Oh,
let me know.
Sorry, not a 5. He rolled a 2 with a +1, so that's a total 3.
Okay.
Oh.
What
Yeah.
was your idea?
Probably need to get this kid to As bad as that sounds?
You're on the right track. Like, yes, that is basically it.
Like, to process
In
stuff.
fact, I am willing to waive Professor's bad role out of this because you had this conversation with Arata.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say the three of you definitely would get the sense that Azumi never properly grieved her.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering how stiff that doorknob was and how, like,
Yeah.
it hadn't been open in so long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Moria is going to nudge the professor then, so that, like, he comes over so that he's beside Minizumi, from where he's being held.
Yeah. He'll sort of, he'll go up to, little Azumi and, just, make sure that he, like, sees that he's there, for one, but, like, give him a little tap on the shoulder.
Yeah, he kind of turns to look at you.
Hello, dear.
Hi.
How are you feeling?
Kind of just shakes his head. Not good, it doesn't seem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you'll kind of just go, that's okay. You've been through a lot. And maybe we should talk about it. You want to talk about it?
He shakes his head.
Well, I think maybe we should.
Would you be okay with talking about how you feel?
I think I might have an idea, but wording of it is going to be hard though, because I need, there is very particular wording, but
like in character or like
in character, out of character, I gesture at Neil also currently looking baby and also having witnessed his mother's death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will be figuring out how to word that, but you all can go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps we can start by giving those feelings names. Can you tell me one?
Would you prefer to write it down?
I'm sorry, the first thing he gave me was bad, which is like, okay, thank you, that doesn't help.
Yeah.
No, it's a good start.
Hey, yeah, it's a start. Like, honestly, like, I imagine Camille still has the paper in his hands, yeah, like, and they would have got a pencil from her or something, pencils. So
Yeah.
like,
No,
her.
Sorry.
So actually, her thought is like, if you can't say it, could help writing down all the feelings.
Yeah, I think
He's also 5. I
Camille's
don't know if
going
he can
to-
write all that well.
I mean, you can
Yeah.
try.
I
You
mean,
can
kids
try,
can write when they're 5, can't they?
The question
they-
is if
Depends how good his education was.
also if Moria and Professor could understand it, because I think you'd be writing in Yiddish.
Alright.
Oh,
But-
yeah, that's a fair point.
Also, he's 5. His handwriting would be shit.
yeah. So
Yeah, fair.
before that, though, I think he was going to go. Maybe we should go sit down and find some place a bit comfy.
Yeah.
Professor's gonna glance at Lobter and Courtenay. Is there a spot for that?
Kind of just see laughter shrug. None of you like poked directly at like the actual device, but it is meant to be like a modified version of the spell Dream, which does allow the specifically the caster to manipulate the dreamscape a little bit.
Ooh. Can I because
Yeah.
Professor has both been to Dalcor and also the ellipsis kind of does shit like this.
Also, if you needed an experienced lucid dreamer,
Yeah.
yeah. Between the two of them, they can probably
Put it together.
Yeah.
yeah.
And hey, Moria can can then walk over to that area.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Big couch?
Yeah.
yeah, they
Yeah.
probably
couch, pillows, blanket.
probably like door and then couch, because
Yeah.
right now they're in a hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Being by that door, it does seem to be distressful to baby Azumi, so
Yeah.
yeah,
Little
so
distance is good.
yeah,
Yeah.
just enter cozy little room with couch and pillow fort for the baby.
yeah, and
Yeah.
just so we're clear, you can manipulate it a little bit. This room is probably at most what you can do, or a general idea of what you can do. It still looks like it would have belonged in the memory of the house, basically, because it's not a dream. It is still Azumi's mindscape. So
it's kind of run down. But they have conjured a couch.
Yeah. You have conjured a couch, pillows, blankets, any like other like form of comfort. TM.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. I think they should all sit on the couch with the kid.
Honestly, the thought is either they're all on the couch or they're all in the pillow fort with the kid.
Well, I kind of imagine the pillow fort like going over the couch, like
Ooh, yeah.
like a couch, and then like some like random like chairs that are holding up like a blanket or something over the back of the couch to the chairs. So it's like a tent.
Ooh, yeah.
So that way they can be comfy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they pile in there then.
Yeah. So you asked how baby Azumi feels, and his first answer was bad.
So Professor just sort of like nods, like that's valid. What kind of bad?
Oh, that's a pretty tough question to ask a 5-year-old, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mini Azumi is getting like a bit of a squeeze from Moria,
Yeah.
like a bit of a hug.
He's trying.
You see him like his face kind of screw in like concentration, like he's trying to nail it down as best as he can,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just sad.
Yes.
No. And I think he'll sort of pauses as he tries to find the words.
I love him so much. He's trying so hard.
Yeah.
This is not exactly his forte, but he's trying. Especially because it involves consoling a child while also admitting to his own vulnerability, so it's like a double whammy.
Yeah. It ain't
and
easy.
He's kind of just... It's sad and a little bit scary too, right?
And he nods.
And you feel really alone too, right?
Another nod.
Well, if it helps, and he sort of puts a hand on baby Zumi's shoulder as he's just... It might feel like you're alone and like it's scary, and maybe sometimes people won't understand, but he gives a little smile like, I've been through something a little bit similar, and I also lost my mom, but you find people who do understand, and who can help you feel less scared and alone.
How close is Camille to baby Azumi?
I imagine since it's a pillow fort, everyone's kind of piled in pretty close.
I'm asking if he's like directly next to Azumi.
Probably.
Probably, since they're both the smallest things here.
Yeah, in that case, I think you just get like a nod, and then as baby Azumi just kind of leans into you.
Oh.
So you've made a step.
A step.
Like, can Moria pull a blanket and like essentially what she wants to do is put it around the kids? She also wishes to give a hug.
Yeah.
She is doing that.
Yeah, you can hug them.
Yeah.
Not at all resistant.
They are getting a hug. This is a promise.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Oh.
And it probably like as you hug and then like as you let go, he's still kind of leaning against you. Camille, he kind of again shifts uncomfortably, like he's trying to put stuff together, and he just goes trying to figure out what kind of voice he uses because he's so baby.
Yeah.
He's just angry.
You can feel angry, yeah. Like,
Do you know what part you're angry at?
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easier to feel angry, right?
He kind of nods.
Camille nods as well. And
A little bit easier to be angry rather than sad sometimes, right?
Yeah, he nods.
because when you're angry, you feel like you can do something about it. And if you're angry at someone, then you can do something about that person. Right?
He kind of pauses and then nods slowly. Like, you're on the right track, but there's also something else.
Yeah, he's kind of just guessing based off of his own experiences. He's trying to sort of slowly get at it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're so close.
I know something Moria has handed me, but she isn't sure how to word it, is, Azumi probably feels abandoned.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, how should I put it? She didn't really have parental figures. So,
Yeah.
she, like, I think part of the reason why she's so quiet right now and is like doing things more through actions is because she's not too sure how to go about this herself.
Professor can say something.
Alright.
Dear, are you angry at your mother?
He shakes his head. No.
Okay. Are you angry at your father?
There's a nod.
Yes, I thought so.
Were you saying something, Fletch?
Yeah, Camille's mostly going to ask, like, who specifically is Azumi angry at, since that's, in case there's more.
Yeah, you can still ask.
Yeah, so. Who are you angry at? Is it just your father?
Kind of swallows and he just says, I don't know.
That's
Are
okay.
you angry at yourself?
See his shoulders kind of like hitch upwards.
Now, dear, you don't have to be, because you had no control over this. Do you understand?
He's not looking at you, but he's like kind of looking down, and you know, like that sort of petulant child kind of way, except like he is genuinely upset.
Yeah.
But he does kind of like nod slowly.
Actually, Moria is going to ask, are you angry at the situation?
Ooh, that's a good question. That is a very good question. He nods again, but after he nods, you hear him like very, very quietly, just kind of mumble, he left because of me.
I'm afraid I have to disagree, dear.
It's not your fault.
He left because he was a bad person. Irresponsible. Disloyal. Inconsiderate. Mean. Unloving.
But you're getting very close, by the way.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I think Camille will put his... He'll kind of lean in a little bit more as he's just... You are never responsible for someone else's actions. If...
Sometimes...
You go.
Like, sometimes, or very many times, things happen outside of our control. That doesn't mean you should blame yourself for it, though.
But, Mom...
It's your fault, Shiro. And it hurts to think about, but... And it feels a little mean to say, but in the end, there was nothing that you could do. And it's not your fault.
There is a lot that could be said about this bundle of feelings that Azumi has.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering the kind of background that you guys have, especially with how having a child out of wedlock got made life so much harder for his mom.
Yeah.
You're starting to see the roots of the bigger problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Might just need like one more push.
Yeah. We are thinking, I think.
Yeah.
It's
like, the thing is, like, it was the mom's choice to do that in the end, but I don't think that's a good idea to, like, say right now.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, Moria is keeping that to herself. Like, not a good thing to say.
And
Do you have any questions, my dear?
Oh, that's a horrible question to ask. Okay, maybe.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Professor.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Well, he is not always smart.
Okay, I need to decide what kind of heavy hitting do we want to do here.
Mhm.
Okay, I think this one would be easier, just to get an answer to. because you did see the pictures in the hallway of Azumi and his mom. It wasn't perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, do you think she hated me?
No.
No.
Never.
Not at all.
You saw all of the toys, and I'm sure that she must have given you so many hugs. I'm sure that she loved you more than anything.
Yeah, I think that does it.
Oh. Oh. Baby.
Yeah, he's just going to... He's just, sobbing. It starts out really, really, soft. Very quiet before he just... It just becomes apparent that he just can't stop. And the crying just turns into sobbing.
Mm-hmm.
Will he accept being pulled into a hug?
Yeah. You pull him into a hug and he just clings onto you.
Oh.
Yeah. He is being hugged.
Group hug time.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. You hear that same noise in the distance from earlier.
Mm.
You're getting one step closer.
Mm.
And, yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
You're just sitting there with a crying baby.
Oh yeah, like I'll be real with you. They're not gonna leave. This is a crying child. This is their friend.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or
Yeah.
you know. So
Just 15
they,
years of keeping that bottled in, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
like they're gonna wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like after a while, like and professors like probably like sort of, petting his hair. Um After a while he'll ask like, would you like to come with us?
And he kind of does that like shoulder hitching
Mm-hmm.
before he pokes at the strings and he says, I can't.
Mm. Well, I think then we'll stay here until you're ready for us to go. Okay?
And he nods. I think at this point, as DM, I'm just gonna check in on how we're all feeling. If we want to keep going, we have been going for a while.
I guess my question is for how much longer we'd go. We've almost hit 10 p.m. on my end, but I can continue going.
We can probably go on for another hour. I just have one more puzzle, and then it's the big ol' fight, but
Mhm.
I don't expect us to do the
Okay.
fight today.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
I am good to keep going.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will ask to take like a quick break so I can grab some water
Yeah.
because I am crying.
Yeah,
no!
yeah.
No, fair, like,
Uh,
all of this, man.
yeah. Yeah. Oh boy, I did say it was high angst.
Oh
You
yeah.
did,
Oh yeah.
yeah. You did
Yeah.
appropriately warn us, yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. I'm gonna grab some water. Y'all also do like some quick break stuff if you need to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I better go grab more tea.
All right. Be back.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
My goal was to make y'all cry
Yeah.
with baby Azumi.
Well, congratulations.
Uh, make y'all weep from how fucking baby is.
He's too baby.
How's Camille doing?
Oh, you know.
That's fantastic to hear. But yeah, you're definitely starting to see the the root of the.
Yeah.
boy.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Wellness check, making sure y'all are good.
Mm-hmm.
Making sure you getting enough of a break, Gazoo boy.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Aki.
Icky time.
He's chilling in his window.
Monkey keeps asking to be let in and out of the room.
Oh my goodness,
Oh,
Maki.
baby.
Make up your mind, baby.
I've said this before. She's the kind of cat who likes to wander, so having a door closed is not her favorite, but she likes to be specifically around her people.
Uh-huh.
So, like, if she is in the room with me, she won't ask to be let out as much as she would ask to be let in.
Mm-hmm.
She's cool with vibing. Also, I did check on her earlier after that thunder.
Oh, yeah.
She was just squeaking at me when I, like, picked up
Aw.
the blanket.
Aww.
She is little baby.
Little baby.
How's our audience doing?
Hello.
Hi.
I am back with tea. Hope that didn't take too long.
Wiggles.
Mhm.
Also, a wellness check for our audience member. Cheers to you, MVP of the afternoon.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's good. Yes. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Oh. Oh, both of my cats say hi, by the by.
Yay, kitties.
Yeah, baby time.
Kitty.
They both came in. Like, I come back to my room and I see them both waiting at the door.
Aww.
No.
Oh. How we all doing? We good to go?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
good to go.
I think that before they leave, like, this particular place, Professor would, hug Azumi and say, it hurts, but it gets better. We love you.
Aww.
He looks up at you with big, like, watery eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever doubt it, okay? And maybe Zumi's getting another hug from Moria.
Yeah, no, if you're hugging baby Azumi, he is definitely, like, not, like, brushing it off.
Mm-hmm.
Azumi's fucking repressed inner child. Here it is.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably as y'all were, like, calming down Azumi. Yeah, the more higher perception ones of y'all probably have noticed that there was a bit of bickering from Lopter and Courtney in the background. Yeah.
Would 15 get it?
Um,
Would 15 get it or not?
You probably heard something from their end.
Mhm.
Oh boy, you boys keyed the fuck in, I guess.
Oh, you're
He knows
actively
what they
listening.
sound
Okay,
like.
So, what's up?
He knows what they sound like when they're bickering.
Yeah. It's very much like a similar argument from like what you've probably already heard.
Mhm.
Camille,
mhm.
it's definitely another round of the blame game. Something something. He wouldn't have gotten to this point if it weren't for. Yeah, should have talked to him sooner. Should have talked to him when this happened, etc., etc.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Yeah, I think
Before like one of them just kind of like shushes the other. They're both kind of fuming.
Yeah, I think if Moria and Professor have baby Zumi distracted, Camille is going to go talk to them. TM.
Laser eyes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, Camille, you're getting a thumbs up from Moria. Go give them a piece of your mind.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Camille's giving Moria a thumbs up back. And kind of just approaches like
Menacingly.
menacingly.
Does he get taller?
Please say he gets taller. That's
He
hilarious.
does get taller.
Yes.
Yeah.
Goes back
Good.
and is just looking at both of them with a very disappointed expression. And is just, can we talk for a moment?
One of them looks more guilty than the other. You can probably guess who, but Lofter is just, well, I don't see why not.
Yeah, and kind of just make sure they're out of earshot of baby Zumi real quick, and then just sighs and goes, listen, now really isn't the time to be playing the blame game. It doesn't matter if you think that the other could have done something better, because the truth is that everyone could have done something better. But the point is that we're fixing it now. And arguing about what happened in the past isn't going to help Azumi any more than giving him a migraine once again.
God, there is, it's so hard to do these two at the same time because of how, like, at each other's throats, they are.
Completely different vibes too. It's
Yeah.
entirely understandable.
Yeah, you see Lofter kind of, like, just bring the cigar back to his mouth, and he's just like, with all due respect, Arsene, I'm not sure what making the boy cry achieves in this situation. And then Courtney immediately snaps, like, just, He's never even talked about something like this before. Not even 15 years.
Okay. Alright, before you get into it again, he points a finger at both of them. This, exactly, is not what's helping Shiro. Sometimes, I don't know if it's different for Corey than it is for humans, but we need to express our emotions, and he sort of gestures at all of this, gestures at himself. Like,
it's like it's I say this with all the affection in my heart, but respectfully, Lofter, you're kind of a moron when it comes to emotions.
Ass.
yeah, it's just like not knowing how to express things is exactly what led to me having to get magic therapy twice. That's 2 times more than the normal person.
Oh, yeah.
You see Lofter open his mouth,
Yeah.
and Courtney is just glaring at him before he kind of just shuts it. Probably could have guessed that like it was something along the lines. Well, that's different.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, you know it's another example Camille can pull that they all know about? The aberration patients.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is exactly from, like, not talking about your problems.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, so her son sees that and is just, listen, not talking about your problems is also how the aberration cases come about. I think even if you believe that it is different, there is plenty of proof otherwise. And this is not me taking Courtney's side. I don't know what Courtney's side is. I'm sure that Courtney is probably also wrong about something, but
He just kind of looks like
Oh my God.
offended a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
I've sat in on enough arguments is just, listen, I think what will help Shiro most going forwards is if you two learn that sometimes it's okay if someone else doesn't agree with you.
Agree to disagree.
Oh god, I love how we're like almost at the problem, but we're like still like skirting it with these two.
Yeah.
You're like so fucking close, and I'm like trying to figure out how to push you towards it. Oh god.
That's you.
We still
I
have
pat
the
you so
others who
gently.
could.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Have them chime in.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody hit these two, basically.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, if you want me to jump in, like I could say that, like, I. My
Actually, or wait, you go first. Sorry for stepping in.
my idea was that maybe like Moria and Professor were sort of like since they have to leave, like maybe sort of like getting Azumi ready for a nap sort of deal.
Oh, that's adorable.
Oh,
Keep him comfortable and like if if he was like ready, Professor would have like sung like a song in Corey or something.
oh.
Aw.
But like that can be the reason that they're able to step out and join them now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hey, what if like, so Professor and Moria did that? They came to join the others. They overheard all of this and coming over.
Yeah, like
At least the end bit, yeah.
I think even
Yeah.
like with the lullaby and Corey, oh my god, they probably do just both kind of pause and like watch the sort of like I guess teamwork that both Professor and like Moria had for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Because oh boy, they've never been able to do that, huh?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think
Like,
if our son sees that, like as Professor and Moria are coming over, he's just see, that's what working together can do.
goodness.
Hmm. Yes. If we step a little further over here, I've been meaning to speak to you two.
Let's just make sure to get out of earshot. Yes.
Yes.
Don't want to wake him up.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now the quarry get to be bullied by freehold people.
Mhm.
Yeah, their ass is kicked. Alright, you probably like step out of that like little room that you had conjured.
Mm-hmm.
So you're probably in that hallway again. The
Mhm.
one with the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay, yell at them. I just put them right there in front of you. Go for it.
Ew.
All right. Who do I start with? Lupter or Courtenay?
Oh.
I don't know which one will go quicker. Which one will go quicker?
They're equally Lupter.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Roll a d2.
Yeah, sure.
One is
one for
Oh.
laughter, two for Courtney.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Courtenay's first. So Professor just sort of like squares up and like
Oh god.
he's,
Oh
he-
no.
he's very he's got a very like pleasant expression.
Oh no.
but you can sense the murder
Oh, yeah.
vibes.
So Courtenay, how dare you waste Azumi's time and energy by indulging in these petty arguments? And he gestures at Lobter. It seems to me that you would rather be right than to ensure that your charge is safe and well. You dishonor his ancestors with this selfish behavior. They took a huge risk giving your kind a way to live and hide on this plane, away from your enemies. You got safety because of their compassion, and all they asked was for you to give your experience and abilities to keep their children safe in turn. It's a deal which favors you because your host's safety is synonymous with yours anyway. But you failed. Your negligence led Azumi to his death. He didn't even make it to the end of his teens. You are lucky to have been brought back with him when he was revived.
Ooh.
Oof.
You should be ashamed. You need to put aside your pride and learn to compromise with Lopter. You don't have to like it, but you do have to concede sometimes, or agree to disagree on inconsequential topics. And sometimes on important ones. You two are not the only ones whose opinion matters.
Oh my god, you hit the nail on the head. Oh my god, I
Yeah.
am so fucking glad.
Yeah, Arson's kind of just looking at Professor with like a thank you expression.
Just like very subtly, you are also getting a thumbs up, Professor.
Oh my
It's like-
god.
Like Moria has foots too, but those can come after the professors.
Do you want to react, or should I? Yeah.
I don't think he actually says anything, but like, it's just like, oh shit, kind of like expression, and he kind of looks away, kind of like ashamed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Meanwhile, Lofter is like kind of like suddenly very interested in the cigar he had.
He can sense that.
He's just like, oh shit.
Uh-huh. Now, Lopter,
He coughs.
I think Professor's gonna wait until he makes eye contact. And if he doesn't, he's going to move around to where he's looking.
Yeah, no, he will look up. I thought, just think it would have been like hilarious if he like coughed right then, because like he was expecting it, but like, oh man.
Uh-huh.
Just-
Are you? Oh, sorry.
No, just like the like you know it's coming. It doesn't make it any easier.
Yeah. Oh, is Fletch okay?
Iggy Boof.
Oh, Iggy Boof.
Oh, fair.
Okay. Are you really so stupid as to let this one, gestures at Courtenay, take up your time and attention with arguments that when you know you're right? And are you so blind to the advantage of having a second opinion to admit when you're wrong? Are you really so foolish as to share all your opinions with him when you could trick him into thinking you agree with him or that you don't care so much about the topic? You are showing him all of the cards in your hand. And are you so proud or so thirsty for strife that you have to jump on every disagreement that comes by? It's kind of pathetic. You should really act more strategically. Let the inconsequential matters pass by, give him a false sense of victory even, and then save your ire for disagreements that matter. You may catch him off guard by suddenly giving your all, and he may doubt himself seeing you feel so strongly about it. And there you have your opening to win. But, and this is important, you must still be prepared to lose or retreat when it would be better not to waste your time and energy, or the time and energy of Azumi. You need to fight smarter. Your usual method got him killed. You have been given another chance. Don't expect any more. Having more minds should be an advantage. In most Kalashtar, it is. You should use Courtenay to cover your shortcomings. And don't be so short-sighted as to think you have none.
You have skinned him alive.
Mhm.
Skinned him alive.
You're the mind game.
My goodness.
So he just sort of stands there with his hands on his hips.
Okay, genuine question out of character. Did you write that down?
Oh, you know I did.
Yes!
Nice.
Oh, I'm so glad I gave you the opportunity to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was fantastic. Oh my god. I need to recover. That was so good. Like, I see Avi am like enjoying this, but like Lofter is does that thing again where he like opens his mouth and then closes it, like he just thinks better of what he was about to say.
I
And you just hear him just go, Yeah, that definitely got through to them, I think. Holy shit.
Yeah.
and is now a good time for Moria to drop her comments.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Professor
Yeah.
will take a step back and sort of gesture.
Fucking tag teaming on.
This is how you work together.
Yeah, exactly. Like Moria gives Professor Nod and Fangs takes a step forward and respectfully, aren't you two supposed to be fucking adults? Because you sure aren't acting like it. Didn't you both agree that you would look after your charge and, actually do a good job of it? Because right now, like this, you're acting like two squalling toddlers.
Oh my god.
I mean, it is kind of bad when and he points at himself, can call you out on being emotionally immature.
And, Moria will, nod with that, or, gesture, see?
Professor also nods.
It's it's fine to disagree on topics, but at the very least, you two what you two should agree on is when not to fight too much. And, actually do a good job of looking after your charge. You should also try talking to him both and asking what he thinks. Because in the end, isn't that what's most important here?
Ooh, they both kind of wince.
She is looking both of them in the eyes.
Yeah. Yeah.
She will wait for them to respond. As adults, looking after your child, what should be on top is him, and what's the best for him, and not whether you're winning your petty arguments. If you wish to fight, that is something you can do on your own time. But not when you're doing it so much that it's literally giving him migraines.
Right. I don't even know which one that was.
Yeah.
That's how distressed they are, Tim.
Yeah.
Maybe both, and then they look at each other like, oh shit, we agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, we all know that you care a lot for Shiro. Thank you, Iggy. Iggy also wants to yell at these dumbass quarry. Nobody is casting doubt on that. But when you spend more time arguing and worried about who's right or who's wrong and making sure the other person sees your views, you're not actually spending time helping Shiro.
There's just a really deep, heavy sigh. Thank you, Iggy. As I try to figure out how to put it into words, I can't. They're that's how fucking Mick got they are. It's kind of difficult for me to do them both at the same time, especially when they're just so different, character wise.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, there is that general agreement now that oh, God, they really did just fuck this up, huh?
It's like Moria will add on to like we're all people. Mistakes happen. And we can tell that you genuinely care for Azumi. So try to look at this and do better by him, yeah?
Yeah.
This is your chance to improve. Shall we get on with it?
Like, there is a pause, and like Moria will say, if you do if you do need our opinions, it looks like you've already spoken to the professor and Arsene before. But I'm around as well, yeah?
I don't know that we've spoken so much as...
Oh, we've seen each other.
Right.
Fair enough.
In passing.
in very vague passing.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, we're all aware of each other now.
Hmm.
So that makes you a little less isolated too. Like the professor said, more opinions aren't bad.
You can talk to us.
Right, that
I mean,
oh,
and I think our son kind of pauses as he just, I mean, you spend so much time giving advice to Shiro. Have you asked Shiro for advice in turn?
I love you, Iggy, so much. You're such a lucky boy.
He is determined. All right, come on, come on.
Anyway,
All right, there you go.
there is like a pause in which they like kind of both like try to think about the answer to that question, and it's just
If you need to think about it, I think maybe you should start with asking Shiro what he wants.
Indeed.
Oh my god, and we got there.
Hmm.
Congratulations, you solved my fucking Corey puzzle.
God.
Bonus puzzle 2.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Shakes them.
Yippee! We did it!
I have like this mental image of y'all like continuing on, and they're both like in the background, just like staring at each other.
Like internally, Arsene is just. You really didn't even do that, huh? He thought that would be like the bare minimum, but okay.
God.
Apparently not.
Oh god. Oh. They're both fucking idiots. Neither of
They
them
are.
have like taken care of an actual child before this.
Thank Peck, Grandpa, Mom, and Brother were able to go, hey there.
Just yelling what the fuck at them.
I mean, hey, the good news for the quarry as well is, like, they now have more people to talk to, too, after this.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Like, you still have to go through Azumi, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
I think one of them mumbles something in Corey. And those of you who could understand Corey, definitely understand this as, well, if Lupine finds out, we are never hearing the end of it.
Oh, he's going to find out. And Arson just walks off.
Fantastic.
Anyway, we're gonna get
Oh, I like. There is a pause after that. Moria looks at the two of them and is just, I'm glad we've come to an understanding then. A nod, and she will go after Stan.
tired. Oh, I'm so fucking glad this happened. Oh my god. You get the ass. Anyway, we're moving on.
Yeah.
Success.
Okay, so the new area that has opened up, y'all are free to make another perception, or investigation.
Well, I'll go with the investigation, because that's a slightly higher modifier.
It's the same modifier for your boy.
Love that. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Oh.
Oh no, wait. I guess it was about time for him to fail.
Oh boy. I mean, after that conversation, I think it's he's probably like still fuming.
Yeah. Just a little bit. He's got many thoughts. I think what's really funny was that my dice like lingered on the 19 for a moment before flopping back over to the 1.
Mhm.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. Okay. As I tried to figure out where I am in my notes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. At the very least, I think Camille can pick up. Well, Arsene. Sorry. Can pick up on the detail that the hallways here do like curve a little bit, almost like in the same direction, like a circle.
Mm-hmm.
You might be walking a huge ass loop. Don't worry about it. That's pretty much the most of what you get from this perception. Professor and Moria. Actually, let me double check.
Oh boy.
Yes, okay. You both got really good rolls. There are a lot, and I mean a lot more of those red strings in this area. This area, which looks like a high school hallway.
Huh.
Getting into Azumi's teen years here.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very least, the era of like just growing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a funny way to flavor this.
Okay.
Arsene steps into a high school hallway and he just shudders, and that's all he can perceive right now.
Oh god, I love that for you.
Arsene will get a pat.
There is a shitload of doors here. But on top of that, there is also this unnerving feeling of constantly being watched.
This is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Doesn't bode well for what he's lived through.
Do any of these doors stand out to us, or?
They don't look like they would belong in a high school.
Huh.
If every single one that you open, if you do open them,
Yeah, that is what Professor's gonna start doing.
yeah, they
Yeah.
look like the majority of them are like orphanages and foster homes that Azumi likely has stayed at, but a lot of the details in a lot of them are very, very like blurry in detail.
Mm-hmm.
Uh
Like you might not have been there long or didn't want to think about it.
more on that former one, because a lot of
Wasn't
them
there long.
do look different.
Mm-hmm.
In
He was
fact,
in a bunch.
yes. Because Moria and Professor rolled high enough, I think it would be fair for them to say that Azumi got passed around
Mm-hmm.
a lot.
Ah. Oh
Mhm.
boy.
Well, this certainly didn't help.
No.
No. No, it would not.
Professor just like opening another door, looking inside. Yep, same shit. Like going to the next one. Uh-huh.
Yeah. There's quite a few of these doors. I'm gonna roll something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh-ho.
Okay. Alright, one of these doors you open and it's not the fucking foster home.
Mm-hmm.
Oh?
There is a door and it opens and you see a young lady in a garden. In fact, you would recognize her as one of the ones who had been at the party at the beginning of the Yeto trip, and also the one who had been hosting the hotel stay,
Mm-hmm.
the one paying for y'all's rooms.
Oh.
Reminder, it's a pretty high-end hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professor just sort of like makes a confused noise and like starts looking in here. So the others probably know like this one's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moria would have wandered over when hearing the professor make a confused noise.
She's gardening. Do you want to roll like a general insight?
Yeah.
Insight,
Sure.
you say?
That is a 14.
I'll low roll, but still a 17.
You know what? I'll say y'all get this, especially since the three of you have like poked at the Spearbrooks case. One of the victims of the mental shutdowns was a business owner who was named Akisato. And you would know that this young lady's name is Hatsumi Akisato.
Yeah.
Not that hard to put the pieces together there. Especially when you consider the fact that when you open this this door, there's like a lingering feeling of just guilt.
So this is
In a very similar sense of like you know when you've talked to someone about something and they haven't quite forgiven you but you have been able to like make an understanding with each other.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
shaking grounds in like that sense. It's not as bad as it probably could have been. But that doesn't change the fact that Azumi still feels guilty about what he did to her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fair.
Yeah. But she's continuing to like garden while you're there.
Mm-hmm. Would there be any point in trying to talk to her? Like, given how we've been able to interact with things, or not interact with things, as it were, thus far.
I say if you do, it probably would have been replaying the memory of that conversation he had with her recently.
Okay, he'd probably catch a little bit of that then, and then be like, alright, I think I get the gist of it.
Yeah. Hatsumi has not quite forgiven Azumi for what he's done.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't want to wish the worst upon him, basically. She wants him to get better.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the gist of that conversation. And it was so out of left field, Azumi was like, what?
No.
But it at least pulled him out of his depressive state for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's good at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think this one's progress, actually.
Yeah. It is.
Also recent, which means...
Well, if we're going chronologically, then, which I don't know if we have been, strictly speaking, but, it does mean that we are getting towards the present, and, well...
You see, like, if you look back towards the quarry, one of them's, like, shaking. Lobter's, like, kind of shaking his head now, and, like, Courtney's doing, like, a wiggly hand gesture. Kind of, but not really.
Yeah. Our son kind of just looks over like, are we getting closer to problem or no?
Both of them not.
Okay.
Well, that's good at least.
Yeah.
Alright, I think that's all that we really need to be concerned about.
Like, chronologically...
Not really.
Mark,
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that was so...
Well, there is...
It is, especially because the poor guys are so quiet now.
Yeah.
After, yeah.
Yeah, no worry, they'll get over it eventually.
Yeah. There's one event that I'm curious if we'll see here. As the professor just sort of continues down the hall.
Yeah?
Well...
Arson just looks over like, what the fuck do you mean?
What the fuck does that mean, Grandpa?
Yeah, like, yeah, Moria's like, oh?
What do you mean by elaborate on that?
He just sort of looks at them kind of incredulously, like, the really big one that happened, that's the reason we're all here?
That's a very open statement, my guy. There are multiple things that could be.
Yeah.
He, like, face palms,
Why were
and he
all
goes,
ghetto in the first place?
yeah, and he just says, like, his death.
Yeah, that's fair.
Suppose we can only wait and see.
Anyway.
The way you say
You
that
know
fills
it's
me
funny.
with fear.
You know it's gonna be great when the DM laughs like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Professor knows how these mind things go. He knows he has a little bit of insight into what to expect. Like, okay, big thing, big thing. That's a big thing I know about out of this situation. I'm willing to bet it's going to be in here as well.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, fair. Handshake Moria, really. Looking at all the aberration cases and probably other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Opening more doors.
Yes.
More doors!
Yippee!
One does not simply walk into more doors.
Stop!
Oh, I haven't heard that meme in years. Anyway, so now that you've gotten to like this point, some of the doors do open up to like a couple of scenes that involve the people you would recognize as Arata's friends.
Mm-hmm.
But there's that big lingering feeling of intruding on something you shouldn't be, or like being where you don't belong.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
In fact, you open one of these doors, and instead of being let in, as soon as you open the door, you see the memory of Ichika just walk out and brush right past you, and keep walking down the hall and kind of just like disappear around the corridor. Which should probably say a lot about how their relationship is standing right now. At least from Azumi's perspective. Camille,
Yeah.
talk off.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Professor kind of
boy.
winces, like, yeah.
It
Well, we'll have to, I think, address that one outside later.
Urson kind of just pauses like, it's fine, I think.
Yeah?
At least on Ichika's end,
Well, this end matters too.
well, I know this end matters too. Why do you think I'm here?
Well, I suspect a talk
just
might be a good idea to have.
It's
It'll
if
just
they
be
are
for
going
different
to talk
reasons.
about it, it's probably between the two of them.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, right. Okay, I didn't mean that we should do it. I meant that he should. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh, my comedy of
That's just
errors.
I'm sorry, Prof, you're being bullied a bit right now.
Everyone's getting a little bit bullied right now.
Yeah. I think we all have the idea at this point. Shall we continue?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me think. Yeah, one of these doors, you walk up to, and, you open it, and the scene behind it is a, I'm not sure if anybody here has actually been to Kazutoki. I know.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
district in Okashima. I know Moria was there once because Arata took her to the Jazz Gin.
Ah. Okay.
I don't think either Camille or Professor were there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do know that the professor did like a bit of wandering around Okashima as is.
Yeah.
So he probably passed through it
Yeah, sure.
without much thought. So it's probably familiar in that sense. But regardless, it is a busy street. It is a sort of like shopping area that this leads out into, and I need to standing almost dangerously close, as if getting ready to just like delve into the crowd, is Azumi. still younger than how you'd recognize him. He looks like he's a teenager, and he is still tied in red strings, and he is fiddling with something.
Can we see what that something is?
Roll perspective.
Yes, roll perception or investigation. I think
Alrighty.
the only person who would recognize what it is would be Professor.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
And Professor is just sort of like approaching from behind anyway.
Professor, please.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be real with you. If he does that straight up, I think Moria might, like, take a hold of his coat, pull him back a bit, like, you're gonna freak him out.
Yeah, no.
I was going to say something.
You rolled in the peanut gallery, but 20.
Oops, dang it.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait. That's...
That was me. Yeah.
That was a 20, 24, and the 31 because of course Camille is
Disgusting.
It is a sending stone with an odd marking on its side. Professor, you recognize it as a similar one to the one that Arata showed you when the two of you went fishing.
Yep. And I think also in the confrontation game.
Yeah. That reunion FPS.
Yeah.
And sorry, I keep thinking that my phone is buzzing, but I'm not getting any calls. But yeah. Yeah, it's the same kind of setting stone.
Mm-hmm.
And you, like, had stepped forward.
And then Moria stopped.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to jump him.
I know
To be
that.
fair, Professor, I would not put that past you.
Oh, like, I know that, and our son knows that. But this is before we already met Azumi.
Actually, Azumi is looking over his shoulder at the three of you.
Professor waves and smiles. Hi.
Hey there. A nod. Like, she's either, like, there's a grip on either Professor's, like, one of the scarf ends or on the coat, and, like, you can see her, like, she has it held tightly.
Fucking God.
Amazing. I can't
I
believe we're
wrote
just
down
babysitting this man.
You what, Avi?
I wrote down a very ominous line in my notes, and I'm just like, okay, you edgy bitch.
Thank goodness.
So I think I'm just gonna skip over that. It doesn't flow naturally. SMH.
Unfortunately, we are
fools.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Sometimes you have an idea and you write it down, then it turns out it doesn't work.
Tell us after, though?
Yeah, I will. You see him kind of, like, take the sending stone, kind of, like, fully wrap his hand around it and, like, shove it into his pocket, and he says, do you think you can help me understand something?
I can certainly try. It's my job. I'm a professor, you see.
Maria's going to facepalm with her free hand.
I love you guys so much.
Our son is just gonna...
Yeah, sure, what?
He took psychic damage, but don't worry about it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what Professor said.
Love y'all. He kind of just...
Yeah. Mori's like, yeah, feel free to ask.
he kind of gives you a nod before he kind of just sighs and says, "Well, it might be easier to show you instead." And he gives you he gives a gesture as if to kind of like nodding with his head to get you guys to follow him, and then he steps into the crowd.
Okay.
Okay. Gonna follow.
Okay, roll
Yeah.
survival.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Yippee!
Uh,
at least Moria is holding on to the professor. So
it's at least not a nat 1.
That's the 19. That's really good.
Yeah, at least no murder.
Yeah,
Oh
no,
my
no.
goodness.
You
I
would
mean,
not
it's
have
the
been able to
mindscape,
come
but, you
across
know.
a goddamn murder in Azumi's mindscape.
Oh my
Hello?
goodness.
Uh,
it's 15 for professor.
Okay, that's not too bad. Let me
I was going to say Moria lets the professor go so that they can all like continue together, but I guess she is still holding on to his scarf, and as she's leading them.
Oh, fucking god.
I think it's really funny if it's.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, if you're down for it.
Yeah. They won't get separated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think here's what happens. Taking an accumulative score, or average score, you do eventually, lose Azumi at some point, but you do keep, track of each other, and it takes you a while to make it through to the, other side of this, shopping area. And what you stumble across is the Jazz Gin.
Okay. Moria will note to the others, like that this is the Jazz Gin.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the one you mentioned.
Yeah.
I think Arata has told Moria that Azumi was the one who introduced him to this space.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, did Arata say Azumi liked coming here, or like was that implied because
Yeah.
Yeah. Then she will also note that out to the others.
Seems appropriate.
Hey Camille, you know how Azumi's theme is jazz?
yeah. Camille quietly has a realization.
Oh boy.
She's just like,
Yeah, that does make some things make sense. And then he's just not going to elaborate.
oh my god, I love that for you. Do you guys head inside?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The moment you step inside into the Jazz Gin, first thing off the bat, that feeling of being watched dissipates. It's gone.
Professor sort of like rolls his shoulders like, it's like some tenseness you didn't realize was there is gone.
Yeah, Moria's like noting to self that so the Jazz Gin was a safe place for him.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
The next thing you noticed is that Azumi's not inside. You're not quite sure where he is, but there is like very few people in this in the like jazz club. There's already a musical performance going on, and as you look around, you do notice that there is a memory of Arata sitting at one of the tables, and he has a glass of some sort of colorful drink in front of him.
Okay.
Let me find something, but as you tell me what you guys are going to do,
If depending on whether Moria allows it, Professor will start to go over to Arata's table.
Yeah, okay, she'll let go of the scarf for this.
Mhm. Yeah, I think Arsene will probably follow. He's gonna.
Oh.
Oh,
Huh.
he is going to look around, I think, and probably take a closer look at Arata while he's at it. Alright,
Yeah,
so
I
this is
think
Sappy.
what Moria does is like lets go of the professor's scarf so he can go speak to Arata, and she will join him in that.
what kind of role are you doing, Fletch? Oh, insight.
First one was Percepi of the space in general, and then next was Insight.
Yeah, no, there is how should I put it? The vibe of this place is completely non-oppressive, unlike everything before you got to the when you got to the high school area. This this is absolutely a safe spot for Azumi. It's you'd noticed when you walked in here, this the entrance to the jazz club is kind of out of the way. It is a hole in the wall, basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the only reason you would have known what it was called was because there was a sign hanging in front of like a set of stairs that lead down towards the door.
Nice.
There's not a lot of people here, but what you do notice is that there is like a man you presume who would be the manager, and the memory of his details are very you can definitely make out those details. So Azumi frequented this place a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And but like most of the other like attendees here, blurry in detail. He, like the very few that are here, he doesn't know who they are, or did not care enough to like really talk to them. So I think that would be enough for you to put together that the fact that he brought Arata here at one point, especially when they were this much younger, probably says something.
Yeah.
As for that 27 in insight, again, it is Azumi's memory or impression of Arata. He seems kind of soft-spoken. You can't really like make out the expression behind his glasses. But you know Arata, and you know that Azumi and Arata butt heads a lot. And you know that they're close enough that Azumi can let his guard down around him. Which is not something you've seen up until this point in this entire mindscape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he seems like pretty chill with you guys just being there, actually. And in fact, if you guys kind of like approach him, he will just kind of like shift his chair so you guys can have space to sit next to him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. He's getting a nod and thanks.
Yep, Professor's just sort of like smiling pleasantly.
Yeah. Son's probably gonna take a seat. Why not? They're here. Might as well.
Mm-hmm.
They sit.
Hello.
Hey.
I've never been here before.
It's nice to meet you.
And he kind of chuckles at that, and he glances back to the musician who is performing and kind of listening for a moment, and he says, what does he say? He says, you know, I mean, I guess you can probably make it out by now, but Sumi-san seems to really trust you guys.
Yeah, I suppose.
I don't think he would have let you in here if you didn't.
I would hope not.
Indeed.
By the way, this is the most interaction, like actual interaction that you've ever gotten from an actual memory of someone.
Yeah. Something that wasn't actually Azumi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Like-
a representation.
Yeah.
Like, the impression Moria's getting, like, from this is actually because Azumi and Arata are so close.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I suppose that's true. I certainly do not take that lightly.
Yeah.
Although you're in here too, which I think says a lot.
Mm?
Oh.
Don't tell him I told you this, but he really does care for me too.
I knew
Yeah.
It is a little
We
bit
can
obvious
tell.
if you know Shiro.
He kind of laughs at that. I mean, I guess you're still technically talking to him. I'm just an extension of his memories and thoughts, but
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
You are a bit different from the other memories we've met, though. Is it because you're so close?
probably. I mean, Azumi didn't really have a lot of friends his age, so but we seem to like hit it off right away.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Even before everything with that cruise ship.
Mm.
Yeah. Like, how did Moria introduce Arata to her? Like, I think he actually admitted they were friends, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, like,
I think Arata would say that he and Azumi are friends.
mhm.
Azumi would say that they are acquaintances.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. But considering this is Azumi we're talking about,
Yeah, he probably feels
That's-
like this is what he means, basically.
yeah. Yeah. I know when he introduced me to well, to you, I suppose, outside. He did admit to being acquaintances, so that says a fair bit.
It is a bit difficult for him to figure out where that line in relationships is.
Sure.
I mean, he calls Yamazaki-san his friend.
Well, that's something.
There's a little bit of a snort from Arsene.
There is a pause, and he has it bad, huh?
Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah, that is what Leo says.
Mm.
I mean, they've known each other, her and her sister. They've known Azumi for a long time. Yamazaki's dad was the producer for one of the radio shows that Azumi did interviews at. And whenever he was there, they would talk to each other. And when Yoshizawa-san's sister passed, she came to him first.
I imagine that made something of an impact on him.
It was long before he even met Satomi either. Well, either way, you can take a breather here. It is a safe spot. Try not to take too long, though. And that's my DM way of saying that mechanically sitting here is a short rest.
Yay! I don't really think we expended anything, but
I think the
Or at
only
least not
thing you
anything-
expended was a spell slot for Knock.
yeah, and unfortunately, he's Prophet of Bard, so he's not getting that back.
Nah.
Rip.
That's okay. I'm level 10. I have plenty of spell slots.
Hey, okay.
But yeah, y'all are free to like. You can also order a drink, I guess. It won't have like any actual benefits. They're non-alcoholic, mostly fruity.
I mean, Arata is here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his is probably the most colorful out of like any y'all got.
Oh yeah. Like that. That alone, you can tell that these two are close.
Yeah.
Professor will get something really saccharine.
Yeah.
Moria had tea last time, right?
Yeah, Moria had tea, and I think Azumi would know that they serve tea sometimes, so you can probably get tea.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry. So hard not to bully Arata right now.
It's not even the real Arata. I mean, you could.
Oh.
So, y'all are taking your rest.
Yeah. Enjoying the jazz.
I think at some point he even says that you guys might actually like it in real life, too.
Oh my goodness, yes.
I think at some point, Arsene does end up bullying Arata just a bit. He can't help it.
There's a bit of a snort and a little bit of bullying back, but like only a smidge. And y'all are there for like a good while.
I think,
oh,
yeah, I think eventually your son would probably also ask Arata if, since he is technically part of Azumi, if Arata knows what Azumi meant when he asked if the others could help him understand something.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
well,
You know where he is as well.
you see him point towards the entrance that you guys came through. And if you turn to look, the door is open, in the process of swinging closed. And you see Azumi's retreating back.
Okay. Oh, Arata was saying something before that.
I don't even remember what he was going to say.
Oh.
Is it time to go?
Probably. And if you guys are going to stand up, he's going to stand up with you. Who is closest to him?
Probably Arsene, I'd say. Considering they were bullying each other.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. As you guys stand up, Memory Arata stands up with you. How should I put this? He says, hey, before you go, I should probably give you this. And, Arsene, he is putting something in your hand. He is giving you something, and you're not able to clearly make out what it is he is handing to you. But you can tell that he is handing something to you. Arsene, if trust could take a physical form, what would it look like to you?
Oh.
That is a good question. I'm not sure, actually. Maybe someone else should hold on to it.
Alright.
Because I don't know how to answer that.
No, that's fair. It was a question I did spring up on y'all.
Oh, man.
Either way, can you roll me a wisdom save? This won't have, like, any, like, harm. Considering Marcy.
Squints over at DMs. Yeah, sure, okay, fine.
Oh.
It takes the form of a little, moon charm bracelet.
Oh.
It looks like it's half of a pair.
Oh.
And Wiz save was... Let me make sure I'm in the right thing.
Ooh,
well,
okay.
Yeah.
Then this makes sense. You, take this item. And, despite the fact that you're able to carry it, it is unspeakably heavy in your hands, and you feel like you've been entrusted with something you probably shouldn't even touch, and you are met with this foreign fear that whatever you're holding will shatter in your hands, until you take like a quick moment to shake off that feeling and realize that it's not your feelings.
Oh.
Man.
Oh.
Yeah. Arsene is probably going to relay that and also sort of hold it out questioningly.
I also put in the rolling channel what it does.
Oh.
It's basically a free use of the spell shield.
Okay.
Nice.
Man. Is Arsene giving it to someone else?
Yeah, if anyone else wants it, he's sort of holding it out because that feeling did hit him pretty hard.
Yeah.
Fair and valid. Moria can take it.
Mhm.
Sure.
Should I roll a whiz save as well?
Yes. And also tell me what trust would look like for you if it could take physical form. All that fun stuff.
Okay. Okay, so my brain handed me something specific for what trust looks like for Moria with Azumi.
Oh.
Someone I know what it is. I forgot the name though. You know those little cards which like has the address or like the phone number?
Oh, business
Uh,
card?
The business, business card. It looks like a pair of business cards. One to Moria's office and the other one that Azumi gave her.
Well, Azumi gave her a note specifically, but oh my gosh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your input, Iggy.
It's very important that he says something about it.
Mhm.
Yes.
And a 15.
Okay.
So, yeah, you pretty much get that same feeling, but are able to like shake it off quicker than Arsene did. Yeah, that wasn't you. That was someone else's cough cough feelings.
She will hold it carefully regardless.
Yeah.
So hey, Oatmeal, do you want to inflict this on the professor?
I mean, you can keep it. As much as I want to do the whiz save, I do want Mori to have the item. I like that actually.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm good with Moria keeping the item and like this makes sense, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
This is
he did warn everyone about it beforehand, but like he's not far enough in his therapy for this.
Yeah.
that is.
Oh wait, I have an idea of how to get both. Professor, just says like, "May I see it for a moment?"
Sure.
Because
And she
he's curious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I figure.
to you, it still looks pretty ambiguous. Until you take it into your hand, make that whiz save and tell me.
This is like just taking a really sour drink and then going like, "Here, you have to try this."
Yes.
My goodness, yeah.
But like, it's Azumi's deepest emotion.
Well, that's a 14.
Yeah, probably the same as Moria. You got that feeling, but like are able to shake it off.
Yeah.
Poor
Yeah.
Arsene.
Yeah.
I mean, it does make sense because I gesture at his night terror,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which was very much based on like
Yeah.
trust
I think.
and trust issues.
Yeah.
So Professor just sort of like, like you can see him react like, "Oh wow, that is a lot, huh?" And what he's got in his hand is the ellipsis key. or an
Oh.
ellipsis key.
Oh.
Oh. Hey, oatmeal!
Oh. I'm holding all of these answers.
There's no other. Yeah, that's the only thing it could possibly be.
Do anything else with it?
He's gonna give it back to Moria.
Alright, you don't have to roll the win save again. You're good. You're expecting
Professor
it this
was just-
time.
Professor was just curious.
Yeah. Oh. With probably Moria's tucking it in a pocket. I say probably. It's absolutely going in a pocket, but probably on her main shirt actually. Keep it somewhere safe. Yeah.
Yeah. Different pocket from where you have that charm.
Yeah.
But yeah, now you're following after Azumi.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Mhm.
Google Docs. Please work with me. Alright. This is the third puzzle. So I'm going to ask if you guys are still good to continue for a little bit longer. Probably until the end of the hour.
Yeah, I was if you think we'll be able to finish this in the next 30 minutes, then yeah, because that's when we'll hit midnight for me, and I'd like to ask to stop then.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I will say, I did say that there were 12 pages in this game notes. We are on page 10.
Yo, nice!
Mm.
Hey.
We've been productive.
Yeah. So you guys, step back outside, but instead of being back in the streets of, not Kichijoji, that's the real world. Kazutogi. Kichijoji is a real place, by the way. That's the area of Tokyo that, this, jazz gin is, set in Persona 5.
Okay.
So you're not, back in Kazutogi, and that feeling of being watched is back again.
Here we go again.
Professor's sort of making a face. Like,
Yeah. This hallway, looks like, I forgot the proper term for it. It looks like it leads, to an interrogation room, basically.
Oh boy.
It is narrow,
Oh boy.
kind of cramped, and there is a very subtle feeling like your chest is constricting. You are starting to see that the memory is somewhat destabilizing and becoming more warped. Since there are cracks in the walls and the floors, and they are kind of big.
Well then.
yeah, step carefully.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's this one.
Are you just proceeding down the hall?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little apprehensive, but yes.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, I think I imagine all three of them are are going down together.
yeah. Lopter and Courtney are tailing behind you guys, kind of keeping an eye out for y'all, before you're suddenly stopped, and this probably comes across like a jump scare. Excuse me.
Oh?
You're stopped, as a, spotlight suddenly turns on, and there is just this loud, sound of an audience, applause.
Professor is startled.
Yeah, like Moria jumps a bit too.
Welcome to the third puzzle, gang.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Props looking around to see where the audience is.
Yeah, no, with the spotlight turned on, the rest of the area is like pitch black, basically. Can barely make any details. I will say, out of character, like, this is symbolic of how warped Azumi's like thought process and feelings have been getting. And as the audience applause kind of calms down, anyone who has seen this portion of Persona 5 or Persona 5 Royal would recognize this, because I look at Fletch and Marzi in the audience. I know for a fact that I think y'all got here. Did y'all finish Madarame's Palace?
No.
Okay. Then probably not.
We didn't even get into Madarame's Palace.
Don't worry about it then.
I'm a game designer. Do you think I have time to play games?
This is such a funny thing to say. I picked up my mic to do this stupid ass voice. Because I have talked about this out of character before, but the talk show scene.
Oh boy.
And now, on to the hottest meet and greet segment of our show. After his last appearance was so well received, we decided to bring back this fine gentleman back today. It's the high school detective, Shiro Azumi. And there's, like, more applause and whatever, and, the fucking... It is so fun trying to describe this, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
So you're starting to get, like, a little bit of an impression of what those, like, that feeling of being watched, was like.
Oh, yeah. He was quite well known.
Yeah. Trying to appeal to an ever-present audience. In fact, because this is a talk show, you guys are asked a question in Azumi's place. Y'all ready?
Oh boy!
Absolutely. I look over. In fact, you boys even rolled performance for it already.
Love that. Love that.
Please don't make Moria roll performance. It's a -1. She is a wallflower.
I won't make you roll performance, but I think that is hilarious. Alright, so the question. All of this Spirit Rogue excitement has caught your attention too, Azumi-kun. Allow me to be blunt for a second. What do you think of these justice-oriented thieves?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah. God, I'm gonna have to fucking swap gears into... I hate this. Thank you, Avi.
You're welcome.
It's like...
Moria, please give me something other than blue screening. I know you don't like talking to the audience like this.
Like, in character, I think our son would probably have no problem coming up with some bullshit considering he's done stuff like this. But out of character...
Do you
Yeah.
want me to start? I can start if you want.
Yeah,
It
if you got...
depends on how Professor answers, I think, because your boy is in interview mode.
Well, I mean, you're welcome to stop him, but he will just like pause a moment and then go like, well, it's been interesting to see that they have been effective in changing people, and that is interesting, but we don't know what their methods are. And I understand how that would worry some people.
And I think that's Brain can jump on that, I think. So Arsene steps in, like, and that is why we are going to use our resources to the best of our abilities to find out the methods that these spirit rogues are using to ensure that they cannot harm anyone should their ideals perhaps cease to align with what the people want.
There is an applause. Congratulations, you passed the first question.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, game show time.
Y'all.
I'm just imagining like the little quiz shows you get like in Paper Mario.
Yes, that was exactly what I was thinking of. But like as you answer, the spotlight dims. You guys are able to progress, but I will warn you right now, you're going to be stopped again.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, figures.
Yep.
Since that scene was ripped straight out of Persona 5, out of character, I will tell you that the way Azumi had answered in canon was acknowledging that they might exist. In fact, he says that he hopes they exist, but also that he believes that they should be tried in a court of law.
That's yeah. That seems right.
Yeah.
That's very close to what he told Professor when he asked about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Professor's going to, as soon as it's clear, like, oh, it's over, okay, he's going to keep going down the hall. He's stepping carefully, and making sure the others are also with him.
Oh my god.
No, yeah, I think Moria is sticking close to the others because, yes, her weakness.
Yeah.
Being interviewed at TM.
Yeah. Look, Moria lived in the metropolis. Has she spoken to people? Sure, but it was effectively like private business.
Mm-hmm.
Then this one might be better for you because as you continue forward, there is another spot where not so much a spotlight this time, but more like a flickering lamp.
Yeah?
As I take a sip of my water, give me a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As I try to figure out how to do his voice. Yeah. Okay. You hear an adult male's voice, and I'm trying to put so much bastard energy into this voice. These spirit rogues are becoming quite the problem to our little business. A thorn in my side. Something needs to be done about this. Do you happen to have any ideas? 3 guesses to who that is, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Moria can answer this. If he hold down.
Yeah, let's see how Moria goes.
Like, distinct pause, before Moria goes, I might have some ideas. I'll look more into it.
Ugh.
Oh no.
Roll me a charisma save.
Charisma.
Yeah.
The best save. That's what I thought.
Ooh, okay. Not quite. Take 2 psychic damage.
Okay. No longer the funny number. Shame.
Damn. Arsen will kind of look over at Moria like, you okay?
It seems that answering incorrectly causes some damage. I'm fine.
Well, if that wasn't it, let's see, do I have any ideas?
Do you want to roll a quick insight?
I could do that. I was also planning on saying something cheeky.
God,
I mean,
I think it'd be really funny if Professor said something cheeky.
My fucking
Same.
God.
I agree.
Okay, I can roll you that insight, but I will say this regardless of what I roll. Alright, well that's a 9 anyway.
Oh my God.
So he goes like, well, considering that they seem to be on the moral up and up, we could try reforming our business.
Roll that charisma save.
My goodness. I think. Oh, like now thinking about it, I might know what the answer is. I'm not sure if Moria could bring herself to say it though.
Oh boy.
Charisma, you say?
Yeah.
That is 17.
Hey,
Okay, so
he is a bard.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so Professor takes half this. So it's like a 1.
Okay.
Just take 1 psychic damage.
One.
Wait.
One.
I'm resistant to psychic damage.
You get 0!
That's
Um,
hilarious.
Dope.
You do feel like something would have
Unpunished.
happened, but like
yeah.
you're just
It's
like
Lol.
He shrugs it off.
yeah, okay.
Uh,
Well, I
Alright.
don't think that was right either.
same.
Arsen did get a 19 on figuring out what is wanted of them.
Okay, you get this feeling that you, Azumi, know what you have to do, and you've been doing this, for the better part of a year now, almost 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I picking for. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think Arsen knows that Azumi was part was involved in like infiltrating the spirit rogues, I guess.
Oh, dip.
I don't think he knows that, so I don't think he can
Oh.
answer this.
Moria. Well, Moria doesn't know that either. But
He can make
Yeah.
a guess.
I mean,
he can make a guess.
I mean, they did talk a little bit about it, like, trying to pretend to be a spirit rogue to get on their good side in order to get close to Trickster in...
Oh, we talked about that in On My Own House.
Yeah.
Because he had that.
Alright.
Because he had that outfit.
Yeah.
And Professor was like, "Ha! I knew it."
Okay, cool. So he does
Oh,
have
okay.
contact.
Yeah.
yeah, admittedly, like the thought Moria got after was the fact that Zumi was technically an assassin for this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which is why, like, I'm not sure if she can bring herself to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Guess I do need to roll to see if Arsen can do that, because he is as opposite as an assassin as he can be, even if he has this info.
It's
I mean,
going to be
worst
real.
comes to
It is more so the wording than anything else.
Mhm.
oh.
I do think Professor's answer was hilarious, by the way.
Yeah.
I need to check the door. Oh, okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah, that's a 10, so I think our son kind of just leans over and sort of signs, like, something along the lines of, like, telling them that, remember, Azumi did infiltrate the spirit rogue, so it probably has something to do with that, but he's not sure how to word that.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Like, Moria nods. You can tell she has thought of something, and she's whatever that thought is, she's iffy on it.
Do you want to say it? Or should Professor? Because if she doesn't want to...
Please give me a moment just because my own brain cells are starting to dip a bit.
Oh yes, understandable.
Yeah.
It's very late for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, yeah. Like, essentially the thought Moria has if what needs to be said is like, well, essentially, yeah, I do know what I'm going to do. I'll get rid of them for you.
Alright, yeah. Let me double check something. Yeah, okay. The light dims, and you're back into the hallway. You're able to move.
Nope.
Is Iggy still barking?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yeah, oh.
Is that your answer?
Thank you.
Oh, Les.
Yeah.
Dog times. But if
Dog
you're
time.
still Fletch, I guess that means we can just continue walking forward.
Yeah. We walk on because yeah, I guess that was the answer, huh?
Yeah, the reason why Moria is so iffy on it is because, haha, yeah, she had that job for a while too, kinda.
Yeah.
So, which is why she's like, hate that I have to,
relate to that.
Yeah, hates that Azumi had to go live through that.
Yeah, our son kind of just... He has the context, but he himself is not the kind of person who can, who really knows how to word that, because, the actual...
Yeah, fair.
He is about as... He is the opposite of an assassin in pretty much every single way possible.
Yeah, no, that is so fair of him.
Yeah.
Which does make it extra funny that he has been adopted. That two of the people he's been adopted by include former
Azumi.
assassin and former
Moria.
and former mercenary. Yeah, former fixer. Which, if anyone knows anything about Project Moon, yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I guess we keep on.
Alright.
Onwards and forwards.
You're stopped again, a little ways down. And instead of it being an actual light, this time it's more so a lamp light. And you hear Arata's voice. And he says, "Hey, look, I know you're dead set on this. I get it. But I get that Yoshihiko-san is someone you care about. Just, if things get bad, I got your back. You know that, right?"
Oh.
Accidentally spilling the beans to Moria that Arata is a certain spear rogue.
That's cool. I chin hands at you for future FPS, Avi, but that's for later. But oh,
Professor looks at Arsene and Moria like he's not sure.
I think Moria knows the answer, but
Does Moria want to try the answer?
okay. There's another pause, but she says yes.
You feel something. You feel the this guilt, a pit in your stomach that just opens wide. This inability to swallow a weight in your throat, and you're free to go on.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You know exactly what you need to do, huh, Azumi?
Yeah. I hope Azumi back in the real world will be okay with getting a hug when this is all over.
Man.
I guess we move along.
Yeah.
Yep.
Last question.
Yeah.
Same as the first question. It's a spotlight this time. And you hear the roar of an applause again. And that talk show host again go. Well, it's quite a shame what happened to the leader of the Spirit Rogues while he was in police custody. But what I'm sure everyone is curious about is how you managed to capture him.
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh.
I think, man.
Even before you answer this one, that guilt is there.
Yeah.
I think, let's see. I feel scummy, and because our son feels very scummy for even considering this.
No.
Oh.
He's just gonna go, yes, it is quite a shame, as for sharing how exactly we captured this criminal, though. I am afraid that's a trade secret.
Charisma save for me, buddy.
He's fucking trying. He doesn't know how to navigate this. He's a detective that very much does not.
Yeah, no, it is fair, and I feel so bad for doing this to Arsene. You take half that psychic damage. So, haha, 1.
Haha, 1. He's very out of his element, but also halfway in his element, which just makes it really weird. Because he knows how to handle TV crowds, but he doesn't know how to handle the whole assassin part.
Yeah. I'm so fucking sorry, Arsene.
Yeah. Kind of just winces and gestures for someone else to try.
Prof, you have an idea?
Yes.
Awesome, because Moria is... She's got the assassin part down, she doesn't have the crowds part down.
Poor Moria, I fucking love her.
Can you repeat the question?
It's basically asking how they managed to get to capture the leader of the Spirit Rogues.
Well, it was quite easy, actually. We just had to trick the trickster.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take that. I don't want to hurt you guys too much.
Love that everyone got psychic damage from these questions.
The professor didn't. He got the answer wrong, and like at worst, he just felt like a brain itch.
Listen, never
Oh,
punished
true.
for being a silly man.
Yeah, never punished.
These consequences can't stop me, the professor. Oh
Yeah.
gosh. We are coming up at the end of the hour. Do we want to call it here?
I think so for Porborski's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm going to ask that we do.
Alright.
Because my concentration is really starting to drop now.
In that case, we're gonna pause here. I will be contacting you guys later today or tomorrow. To schedule.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for playing with me, everybody.
No, this has been a delight.
Psychic damage.
This has been an absolute delight. Are you kidding me?
Very fun.
Alright.
Mm?
And for now, we're gonna bid the audience a good time zone.
Bye. Bye.